Welcome, everyone, to day 3 of Remix2Resilience, the Confluence. Day 3 has been dedicated to land. We've themed it as Remix to Regeneration, Unceded Lands. The last 2 days have been just absolutely incredible. I'm so thankful to all of the presenters, the artists, everyone who shared their unique and beautiful stories. Before I go further, I would like to introduce Robert, our ASL interpreter. Thank you so much, Robert, for being here for us today. Yes, the last 2 days have been just so profoundly impactful. Speaking for myself, just very, very medicinal to be surrounded by the experiences and ideas of our people. The last 2 days, we focused on stories and then language, and today we'll be focusing on land. I'd like to take this moment to introduce our beautiful Secwepemc elder, Bernice. Bernice Heather will be doing our blessing and our opening prayer today. And I would like Bernice to take an opportunity to introduce herself, and then she can share her beautiful blessings with us. And then after that, I'll turn it over to our incredible facilitator for the weekend, Kinwa Blue Sky. So Bernice, welcome. Welcome to Remix2Regeneration. So happy to have you here.
White Kukwait Arsquast, Bernice August Morrison Heather. I'm a descendant of Kutlieta, of Hustelin, Secwepemc. I have learned from, I've learned from many elders. I'm a residential school survivor and had my culture taken away from me, all aspects of it. So I learned, my dad died young, so I learned from significant male elders. I met Chief Arvel Looking Horse and prayed at the medicine bundle there. And I'm going to talk about the women's ceremony right now. Women's ceremony to raise our conscientiousness to the highest level and to communicate at the highest levels in order to restore balance to the natural order and what we need to do to heal our one and only mother, the earth. And Aleut elder Ilarin McCullough, in his talk about the womb at the center of the universe, says that we women need to do this now. And it is within us to reach this higher level of conscientiousness in order to restore balance, since we are in an unprecedented crisis now. Full moon and new moon, or any time we need to tap into our higher level of conscientiousness, is the time for women's ceremony. Pick a very quiet spot in your home where you will not be disturbed, or on the land, or beach is even better. If you choose to be on the land, the men's role is to protect you while you are meditating. Turn your phones and alarms off to ensure quietness. Clear your mind. You can do this now. Clear your mind, having no thought, by having every cell of your body set to the intention of finding out what we need to do to bring healing back to Mother Earth and all life on her. Sit for a long time, then you will see a black hole where we can talk to anything using our entire intelligence of a human being by engaging our gut feeling, 5 senses, intuition, heart sense, where we can operate from there in powerful ways. The black hole is where original instructions, our information, and our natural law come from, and where you will see the answers to the intentions that you set. Intelligence can operate without thought. Everybody got the source of the original language of one where we could talk to anything in creation, and that's what I did before this ceremony. I went outside. The Hopi and the Maori say that women will be restored as original healers. There was a pendulum that swings back and forth between masculine and feminine imbalance. About 4,000 to 6,000 years ago, there has been a masculine imbalance where goddess cultures were destroyed. All women were destroyed and violated, and Mother Earth herself is destroyed. Women knew the male imbalance was coming, so they hid the sacred teaching that used to be the same language, the language of one, the language of vibration from the land. Masculine imbalance takes your power away since birth with forced thought, where you are taught what you should know all the way up to university levels. We all have authority, but we all gave it away. Nothing new is going to be created until women conduct ceremony that is the container of creativity. We must focus on what we are moving toward. That becomes the reality. Men's role is to protect the sacred space of women so we can do our work, and men must get back to the heart, thinking with the heart. Come slowly out of the meditation and reflect on what you have learned and get busy doing the work of what it is you found out that we need to be doing to restore balance back to the earth and Mother Nature. Be in the quiet, then have your feast. Chief Arval Looking Horse sent a sacred prayer out of the times that we are in now. We only have two paths to go. We, all people, must come together in collective conscientiousness to restore balance back to nature. And when the fires went out, the last sacred fire went out at Standing Rock, I wondered what the message was. I was standing on a spot in my front yard where I get messages. I was wondering, and then somebody came by. I said, "You went to Standing Rock?" He said, "Yes." I said, "They put the last sacred fire out. I was wondering what the messages were." He said, "All the tribes have to light their sacred fires." I don't know how many people know Chief Arval Looking Horse is the last keeper of the 19th and last keeper of the medicine bundle. White Buffalo Calf Woman left that medicine bundle for us indigenous people because she knew we were going to be going through a hard time. And we have pandemic after pandemic, genocide, oppression. Just this morning, someone died from a drug overdose. It hurts, but we all have to heal. All of us, people that came here from other countries, were sent here to extremely extract our resources and lay waste to the land. They were called white trash, waste people, and other horrible names by their own higher-ups. They were sent here to do what they're doing and send the profits back to the rich people in their countries. Now just about every aspect of the earth is destroyed, and we all people, have to use our collective conscientiousness and work together to restore balance back to Mother Earth, Mother Nature, and our unceded lands that we were put here to take care of and protect and be responsible. The last sacred fire put out gave us our responsibilities to take up before any further irreparable harm is done to Mother Earth. Kuchjam, all my relations.
Oh, Cook's Jam, Bernice. I'm going to take some of this smudge that I was burning and put it by the window out to our ancestors now.
I have one more thing. Chief Arvell Looking Horse said that in the tough times that are coming, when I went to see him, he said to call in the ancestors for help. And I've used the rattle in extreme weather, and I've just found such calm and peace. So when times are tough and there's really challenging times coming up, so use the rattle to call your ancestors in. Good jam, all my relations.
Whoa, awesome, Bernice. Thank you so much, Jam. Such beautiful words bring hope to my heart and to my spirit. So thankful for your presence today, and that you are setting our foundation for today in this really beautiful, sacred, and blessed way. And I'm just would like to express how honored I am for you to be able to be here with us today.
Thank you, and welcome to Hastulin Sukwapmuhulu here.
Woo! Thank you so much, Bernice. I'd like to turn it over to our wonderful facilitator, Kinwa Blue Sky. Kinwa, not quinoa. Kinwa.
Bonjour, hello, all of my relatives. Thank you so much, Matriarch and Elder Bernice. While she was setting up her camera, the color of it went sort of black and white, and it just felt like you had come from the early 1900s. So your ancestors were already there with you before the light began to shine. Welcome, everybody. We are coming in to Remix2Resilience, the Confluence. This is our last and final day, and we're going to be focusing today on land, unceded territory. We have our keynote here, Shoshona. I'm looking so forward to the next 45 minutes, and so I thought I would quickly introduce her. Shoshona Kish is an Anishinaabe community organizer, producer, activist, and songwriter, and of course, Juno Award-winning touring artist. I've got to see her all across the country in Ottawa, and Toronto, and so I'm really pleased to have her here joining us. This year, Shoshona was awarded the Spirit of Folk Award at the International Folk Awards in Kansas City and was recognized by the Berlin-based women organization for her work internationally with prestigious Professional Excellence Award for her role with the ongoing revolution of upheaving Indigenous communities and their culture, using the medium of music as an agent of change to awaken our humanity and help us to connect. Shoshona leads the multi-award-winning band Digging Roots with her husband Raven, and their music breaches categorization, seamlessly blending global and traditional Indigenous sounds with roots, blues, and soul. They have brought their unique musical marriage of unvarnished truth and unconditional love to venues and festivals around the world. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce Shoshona. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chimigwet. I was saying, just as we met, briefly before we, they opened the doors for all of us to be here, how grateful I am for this opportunity to be together. And I know we're learning new ways of being together, but I feel very full of gratitude. Anin bojo, Jauj Kobanezekwe Desnikas, Migazi Dodem, Bachawana, and Donjaba, Ojibwe, and Anishinaabe, Kwe, and Dao. I am from a very beautiful place on the shores of Lake Superior called Bachawana, which in our language means the place of the rapids. And I am Eagle Clan, and I am a mother and a partner and a sister. And a great auntie now. My niece just had a baby a couple of months ago. So I'm, enjoying growing into these new spaces within my family and community. I want to acknowledge that I am currently on Anishinaabe, Métis, and Wendat territory here today. And this is also the traditional territory of the Three Fires Medewan Society. And I have been very blessed to grow up with my teachings and a connection to ceremony. And so I want to acknowledge my mom, who is the matriarch of our family. And I feel like there is nothing that I could say or share that somehow doesn't come directly through her. So I would just want to lift up my mother, Anjibinisikwe. She's pretty rad. She's pretty badass. And I'm very grateful to be in a line of really beautiful, powerful, kind women who are water keepers and knowledge keepers, and to be the benefactor of that. And I know that so many of us have to find our way back to that. So I acknowledge it as a great privilege, and something that a privilege that I wish very much for all of us, and acknowledge all of us have a right to. I also want to acknowledge the traditional territories that you are all coming from and our hosts. I know that things are happening in all these weird ways right now, and we're doing what we have always done, which is innovate and adapt and rise to the challenges of whatever life has thrown at us as peoples and nations and families. But if things were at, in some other realm, which hopefully we will find again together, this would be hosted. Oh gosh, I feel like I'm emotional right now, so I am not focusing, but I want to pronounce this right, and maybe somebody can jump in and help me if I'm saying it from my Anishinaabe tongue not exactly so, but in Likupim, Lakapim. Okay, forgive me, but I do want to acknowledge our ancestors there, our family, our relatives there who are holding space, and I know that it's been an incredibly difficult time there, and so I want to send love to our kin on that beautiful territory, and all of you who are doing incredible work to lift one another up through the real trauma and hardship of this time. I've been thinking of you, and I have been praying for you and putting my sema down for you. And I know there are so many people across Turtle Island and around the world who are also standing in solidarity with you as you navigate this time. It's been a hard time for all of us. And I really want to give props and love and just mad respect to the whole team that is bringing us together right now, because this is medicine, and us finding each other in this way is powerful. And it's a kind of power you can't undo when we come together like this. And I feel it. So I feel very honored to be a part of this. And I really honor the work that you're doing. It's the shit. It's the good stuff. It's the medicine bundle. It's everything, really. So thank you for doing that labor. I know how much work it must be, and I know it's a labor of love, and I just want you to know I love you back. So yeah, thank you. And yeah, I feel very grateful to be connecting. Connection is something that I've come to value in new ways at this particular time. And I think that it's what I need in my realm right now, is to be connected to you all and to be a part of this powerful movement that's happening, that I know it comes directly from our first mother, the earth. And I think that we are in a very sacred time. It is a privilege to be alive right now. And I know that it doesn't always feel like it. It doesn't to me always. But I know that there is important work that we have been born into. And I know that when we come together, we come with all of who we are. And this isn't something that really gets acknowledged in most of the spaces we get to move in, but I know it's been acknowledged here. I know that a safe space has been cultivated here. And, you know, this week, I had a very hard week. I had, you know, a real week. I lost a close relative and had the honor of caring for them in their last days and in their transition to the spirit realm. And that was very hard and also very beautiful. And so I'm coming into this feeling very vulnerable, but also really full of awareness of how important our connections are. And an awareness of how our connections transcend the physical realm and move through to the spirit realm, and that our ancestors are always standing with us. Our relatives are always standing with us. And so I just want to acknowledge that maybe many of you are also carrying burdens and gifts into this space, that we are carrying the trauma of what has happened and continues to happen in our communities. We're carrying the grief of the loss that seems often unrelenting. We're carrying the weight of the work ahead of us. And we are also carrying our medicine bundles. We are also coming flanked with our ancestors standing with us, with each other here. And we are coming with our strength, our resilience. We are coming with this brilliance of who we are as peoples and nations. And somebody said to me the other day, we are the wildest dreams of our ancestors. And I know that they are joyfully here with us. And this is ever present in my mind, maybe particularly now as someone I love is now an ancestor on the other side. And I feel her with me, my auntie here with me. And so, yeah, forgive me if I'm like overly emotional. I don't know what that means actually, but if any of you are feeling that way too, I just want to honor Mika and her whole family that brought this together for us as a safe space for our wholeness, in all of our brilliance and all of our craziness and all of our pain and struggle. And I know that that comes, that we're coming through, maybe, I hope, an unprecedented year. I couldn't possibly have imagined coming into 2020 what was in store for us. And I, right before all of that began, I'd been traveling all around the world, playing music and speaking at events and organizing things and feeling an emergence of a new voice in me, feeling the possibility of everything that, like feeling the possibility of being able to contribute something meaningful. in a new way in myself, and you know, maybe not fully valuing it, thinking that it was all just going to continue down that path, and but definitely feeling like, you know, new hope. And then the world ended as we knew it, and things shut down, and all of that new connectivity, all of that new sense of agency in my own voice, all of those new opportunities to connect with relatives here across Turtle Island and around the world, all of the inspiration that I knew was fueling me, but maybe didn't fully hold complete gratitude for because it was all around me all of the time. All of that just stopped. It was like full stop. And I think that, you know, what happened for me, and I don't know about all of you, was that fear got into the driver's seat again for a minute. Fear and uncertainty about what was ahead of us, and if I was safe, and if my family was safe, and if my community was safe. And a silence sort of swept into my space where there was only like just so much music and discussion and noise and inspiration, and this silence came in. And I think that I had been so busy before that with traveling that my body was weary, and I took a deep breath in that moment. And, you know, none of us knew how long this would last, and just tried to feel gratitude for some stillness. But the silence made me very uncomfortable. We weren't hearing about the land action happening. We weren't hearing about the movement. We weren't hearing, you know, how just shortly on the heels of Wet'suwet'en and the uprising that happened there, we didn't hear how, as they locked us all down, the corporations went in and continued, the government went in and continued their dirty work there. And that was happening across our nations and across the world. And I remember being in that silence, in the discomfort of that silence, and in the isolation of those moments where I wasn't even seeing my own mother for fear that I might put her at risk. And I watched this video on Facebook or whatever, and at the time, Italy was they were like front lines of the pandemic, and things were very serious there. We were getting all of those very frightening reports, and we had been locked down for several weeks, maybe a month at that time. And this video came out of all of these people walking out onto their balconies in their, you know, in their isolation and singing together. And these whole city blocks were lit up with people standing in their windows and standing on their balconies and standing at their front door and singing together. And I remembered in that moment the power, like the full power of our stories, of us lifting up our voices together, because they were joyful. Like there was this beautiful celebration to hear one another's voices and lift their own. And I don't know what they were singing about, but I felt it. And I remembered the power of music to transcend language, to transcend nationhood, to transcend everything that might separate us and bring us together in our truth as we stand with one another, our families and our communities and our ancestors. And it was a real wake-up call for me. It like stoked the fire in this really profound way for me and broke the silence for me. And I and then I sort of just began to organize and dream about how we might do that. Because as we went into the year following, I really struggled continually with not being able to find my place in community and in connection. I was used to being able to be on a stage and talk about the things that were moving me, that my community was telling me was important to them, that it gave me a place and a voice to contribute. And in the silence and in my navigation out of that silence, I struggled to understand how that could happen without the stage. And, I think that it caused me to go back to my teachings in a new way, with a new knowing. And I think that it caused me to revisit the power of our stories, the power of our teachings, and the why of what I've done, which is really entirely been about storytelling. And I think that in that re-encountering of that power and the importance of that, some new things began to grow. And I started to think about, what is the potential of this moment that has never existed in others? What is the unique potential of this time? And I want to say thank you, Bernice, for your very powerful, good words and good medicine this morning. That thing about the gut feeling, the intuition. And you talked about natural law and our original instructions. And that really was at the center of what I was revisiting. What are our original instructions? And how can I, in this stillness, put my feet gently on that path? And, I simultaneously was thinking about the ways that it felt like things that were most important to who we are as Anishinaabe, or who we are as Indigenous nations, were being interfered with. And I was very much on board with the safety regulations. I have questioned what's happened and what is happening at every stage, but at the end of the day, what I wanted was to be safe and to respect other people's safety and right to choose their safety. And so I thought about, what does it mean when our families can't be together, when I can't go to ceremony? Our ceremonies were canceled. What does it mean when I can't be with my elders? What does that mean when I can't go out into the world and give what I normally want to give? And I want to acknowledge that we are amazing. All sorts of things started to happen from all corners, where we found ways to connect, where we found ways of contributing and helping each other and showing up for our families. And we found ways to tell our stories. In my revisiting of these things, I really thought about our creation story. For the Anishinaabe, the elders talk about the beginning of before the beginning. And there was a limitless darkness and a limitless silence. And the Creator in that limitless darkness and silence, began to shake a shaker. And this was the thoughts of the creator in that shaker, and they scattered across the universe in that darkness and silence, and scattered light and sound. And I think about that, just those short things, and I think about the light and sound that you all are shaking across the universe, as creation has always done. And I think about that in this time. And Bernice, you were talking about that rattle. And if you've ever been in ceremony and there was darkness and a rattle is being, or a shaker is being shook, you can actually see the electricity. There's actually light in it. And you can see that light being scattered from those original thoughts of the creator. And I love this very much, because as I reflect on storytelling and the work that you all do, I think about the essence of that creation in each of you, and the beautiful medicine of scattering those thoughts, those dreams, those inspirations in the work that you do for all of us through the universe, and that is sacred work. That is following your original instruction. That is of creation and of creator, and in Anishinaabe thinking. And it is of the highest honor. And I want to lift up the work you do, because it is your stories that have carried me. It is your stories and the medicine in those stories that has nourished me and helped me to feel connected when I felt isolated. And it has brought me hope. And I think about the magic of stories in their true sacred place in our communities, and how our storytellers hold and carry the truth and wisdom of where we have been, where we are right now, and who and where we might become, like where we are going next. And you are the world builders. And everything that we do right now is building the world for those to come. And I just really honor that work. And, you know, I didn't have time to plan some like great speech today. I only had time to think about all of you and feel the gratitude at the thought of being together, and feel the gratitude of the work that you all do. And those of you that are bringing storytellers together and in essence, making new stories. And those of you who are dancers and writers and musicians and, you know, playwrights and painters and knowledge keepers and ceremony holders. You are guiding us right now. And I don't want to put that out there in a pressure, only in like the beauty of that gift. Creation doesn't want us to feel pressured by that. Creation only wants, I think, in my humble opinion, for us to know that we have a place in the circle and that our voice matters. And that circle becomes its strongest when we lift our voices up and take our place in it and know that we belong there. And so I thank all of you for holding a place for me in that circle. And I want you to know that I continue to do the work to hold places for us in the ways that I know how. And, you know, we're doing this heavy work around decolonizing and repatriation and reclamation and resistance. This is something that's happening in all of our homes and in all of our work. And, you know, Jesse Wente said in this talk that he gave that, you know, Anishinaabe, Indigenous peoples are living in a post-apocalyptic society already. All our whole world, our language, our culture, our ceremonies, all of these things they have tried to take from us. Our world as we knew it ended. And yet here we are, dancing and singing and hosting ceremony and lifting our voices and gathering together with by any means necessary. And I think you are all amazing. I think of you every day as I am doing this work. And our stories are dangerous. They're glorious and sacred, and they are dangerous to the powers that be because they are so full of that good life. They are so full of that truth. They are so full of the power of our ancestors and the power and the teachings that have been given to us by this beautiful land. And I want us to continue to raise our voices in the most powerful ways. And I want us to lift one another up in the most powerful ways that we can. And, you know, Bernice, you said it's time for all the tribes to light their fires. And I know that we're doing that. I know that we're doing that here today. We're tending those fires. We're sparking new ones. And we're all shaking our shakers. Chi-miigwech, thank you so much for this time. And yeah, I look forward for the moments that we can be together in person. Wabamin.
Oh, Chi-miigwech, Shoshona, wonderful. I thought I would ask anybody on the live stream. We also have approximately 18 people here joining us in our meeting, our virtual meeting, and our virtual circles. So if anybody would like to engage and ask a question to Shoshona or a comment, we'd be happy to hear.
I would just like to just like these parts of our days have been called bearing witness sessions, and really I feel like the whole day should be called that because we are bearing witness from the very beginning to our elders' prayers, to all the beautiful words and experiences. And when you said, you know, you were apologizing for not being prepared or having anything not been or whatever, I just felt like while you were speaking, your words to me were not like a speech, it was like a prayer. And I just want to acknowledge that those words and that those messages were really important to me personally. Like when you said you weren't sure, you know, if other people were going through heaviness. Well, in the last 2 days, well, 3 days now, well, actually the last week, like my late father, he passed away in 2019 in September, and he was a very important person in my life. And a bird came in through my wood stove pipe. Of course, it wasn't lit, and came out the front doors 2 days in a row of the conference. And I had to like run around and like release it out of my front door. And I felt like it was my father with me, and that he was somehow confirming or affirming that the work that we're doing is right, and that we were going to receive a gift, and that it was going to be okay. And right then when that happened, also my son brought in some mail that was still in my dad's name. And then this vintage car that's been fixed up with my husband and his brother that my dad used to own showed up on that day, and we got to take a drive in it. And then when you were talking about the rattle, I went and looked, and my father's rattle is here. That it's the bear, and my father was called Scumhees, which means grizzly bear in our language. And I went and grabbed his rattle, and I just feel like every day is affirmation, and that our ancestors really truly are with us, guiding us. Those messages are there. And so I just want to thank you for acknowledging that again. It's like sometimes our ancestors have to tell us like over and over, because we're either, not that we're not listening, but maybe we're not picking up on it, but they will continue to affirm those things to us. And so even just hearing your words today, and Bernice, your words too, I feel like it's a real affirmation that we are where we should be and that we are in place. So thank you for that strength. And I also want to express that you are in my heart as well. You're in my prayers. So Jam.
Chimigwech.
Yeah. I love that. I don't have my rattle, so I took my zinc pills here and was shaking them up. You got to do what you can. Do we have another question? Anybody want to comment? Oh, Bernice, I see you. Just going to unmute the slogan of the last 2 years. I also see that Kim Gucci made a comment. Oh, perfect.
Okay, I just wanted to talk about sacred spaces. I was teaching on the reserve, and some people from Grassy Narrows came. And the woman there felt compelled to go for a walk down the street, down the road. She went for a walk down the road, and she said she found a sacred tree. All tribes of the world have sacred spaces, sacred places, sacred trees, sacred rocks. She identified this tree, and she said it looked dead, but it wasn't. It had no branches. It was a sacred tree. It might have been something that was used in a Sundance, I don't know, but she identified it as a sacred tree. So we put our feathers and our medicine bags on it, and we prayed at it. So those places have been really, really important to my healing. I've been incarcerated in residential school for 9 years, from the age of 5 to the age of 14, where I left. I was not right in the head when I left. I was violent. I was all those things that they taught us in there. Anyway, so what I wanted to say was sacred places are very important. I learned there's a sacred tree every 100 miles, but with deforestation, clear-cut logging, wildfires, I don't know what's going on. I have only found that one sacred tree. That those places are so important to our healing at this time, to do ceremonies at. It's in our DNA. The culture is within us. The land is the culture. The answers are within us, in our DNA as Indigenous people, that we must call up now and protect those sacred places. Guxjam.
Shoshona, did you have any final reflections before we sign off?
Well, I just want to say Chimigwech. This has really been medicine for me. And and I just want to invite all of you to join us at the International Indigenous Music Summit, which will be it's next year, but keep us on your radar, because we are working very hard to build a vision of a space that is just ours, for us, by us, to share our stories and to lift up our teachings and our ceremonies in a safe space, and to do that good work that we need to like carry our stories out into the world. And So I would love to hear from you as we build that vision. I really want us to build it together. And so I need you. And I really look forward to dreaming together what that can be when we come. And I think it may be in person. It's going to be next fall. So for a full year out in our planning now. And yeah, so come and find us.
Oh, wonderful, Chimigwech. So happy. We were speaking of land, and we've been traveling in our circle all across Canada, and we've had people who have been on the live stream zooming in from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and so it's so beautiful. Our circle is global, so grateful to have you joining us. Before we sign off for the hour, I also wanted to acknowledge that we've had our second ASL interpreter join us today, Samara. So grateful for you to have joined. It's so important that we reduce barriers for our deaf Indigenous participants and support our non-Indigenous allies to be able to come and sit in circle with us as well. So thank you. Okay, and I know that you guys will be joining us again this afternoon for the Bearing Witness session. So we'll be looking forward to seeing Robert and Samara again. Okay. Deep breath.
You're doing a great job, Kinwa.
Oh.
Thank you for your good work.
Go on. Oh, okay. So I see that we have Ecko Aleck in our waiting room, anxious to get on. So I'll do a quick intro to her because she'll be joining us for the next hour for her session. So the workshop is called Decolonize, Return to the World. So we're going to take a visual journey with Ecko into the metaphors of decolonizing and reviving the natural laws of the land. This workshop will offer visualizations and toolkits to carry forward into our everyday lives as we rise above the colonial and capitalist narratives and systems. As we return to the land, our natural state of being, we remember that everything we need is always provided. We remember who we are, where we come from, and why we're here. The natural laws of the land are the antidote to colonial mind states and capital systems. We are people of the land. Healing people heals the land. The first step is to break down the barriers enforced on our natural ways of knowing and being. And so with this, I'd like to invite Aleck. Ecko Aleck. Can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I'm just going to ask everyone to tune into their breath for a moment. I'm going to share my screen and play some music to bring us into my presentation. Okay. Yarakshin 1-1. And Jawa and Squash Kaweya. My ancestral name is Kaweya. My English name is Ecko. I am from the Ntlaka'mak Nation, Grizzly Bear Clan, raised with the Shishak Nation, and marrying into Pentlatch territory on Vancouver Island. I am the daughter of Shinkiap and Kwalegach, granddaughter of Faith and Dave Richardson and Nelson Aleck. My father is a system shaker, residential school survivor, and I am a cycle breaker for my 2 young sons. I work to break the intergenerational cycles of trauma by healing through connection to land, culture, and creativity. I'm the founder of Sacred Matriarch Creative. We facilitate transformation through safe spaces, sacred stories, and creative freedom. As the first generation out of residential school and a former youth suicide survivor who transitioned from surviving to thriving, I focus my work on serving Indigenous youth and women entrepreneurs on a global scale. You may open your eyes if you like and come back to our screen. Or you may keep them closed if that's where you're comfortable. Whatever will serve you most in this moment, I ask you to listen to your body because it knows the way. When we think about the words colonization and capitalism, how do our bodies respond? If you're feeling called to, you may share in the chat, or you may just create some awareness around it. If you take a minute to see if there's a piece of you that tenses up, if there are knots in your tummy or a nauseous feeling, I always get a bad taste in my mouth, like, blech. Can you feel the stone cold heaviness, corruption, and greed associated with those words? Imagine for a moment that you are carrying an armload of broken bricks. You know these have been man-made. They represent innovation and evolution. You also know they are broken to the point that the pieces will never fit together again. Yet you carry them. And they are extremely heavy. Clinging to them with a desperation and uncertainty because it's all we've known to do. These bricks represent our upbringing in colonization. They represent the stories that don't belong to us. They represent an oppressive system that was not designed for us. Yet we cling to them because it's all we've known. It's all we've grown up in. And some might say, but Ecko, colonization and capitalism have brought us technology and the modern world. How do we decolonize when it is so deeply ingrained in everything we do? This is us clinging to the bricks. Imagine for a moment that you let the bricks fall to the ground. Watch as they scatter around your feet. If you were to fast forward time, you would notice how the natural world is simply unbothered by the bricks. It grows over and through them. Everything we need is already around us. We feel so far out of balance because we are not in the natural rhythm of Mother Earth. How beautiful is it that we breathe out carbon dioxide for the trees to breathe it in, and they breathe back out oxygen for us to breathe in. There are natural rhythms and cycles that we've tuned out for so long, we forgot how to feel them, notice them, listen to them. When we are able to let the bricks go, the natural world shines through and it knows the way forward. To walk away from the bricks is to decolonize. To follow the rhythms, the flow, to listen and to feel is to indigenize. The shattering of systems creates space for the natural ways of knowing to rise. I would like to share some of the tools I use daily to decolonize and indigenize my own world, both home and business. Let's take a deep breath together. And by this, we are tuning into our breath medicine. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. There is a beautiful cycle that already exists there. You're going to hear me say this quite a bit in the next little while of tuning into our breath medicine. It's something we forget about a lot. If you're feeling called, please share in the chat if you have recently or regularly experienced feelings of what I call colonial guilt, or have a narrative that happens in your head and it doesn't really actually feel like you. It can quickly become an ugly downward spiral. What I'm going to share with you is a self-regulation exercise that came to me after a severe brain injury. I was forced to learn a new way of operating and creating new patterns because my previous ones were no longer sustainable or manageable. This is the Medicine Bundle Toolkit. Our people wore and wear medicine bundles for protection. This is, yes. Coach Down, thank you for sharing that. This is a well-being tool from my heart to yours. There are 5 tools in your bundle: pause, breath, questions, reflections, water. Our first step, meow. Put your paws up and pull yourself out of the moment. I make a ridiculous sound because the minute we bring humor back in, we are able to bring some laughter, and that brings us back to the present moment. So I'll make some sort of really weird sound. I'll go meow, or blah, blah, just totally ridiculous. Bring myself back to my childhood self and bring some laughter in. Like, okay, we can do this. And then I physically pull myself out of my spiral, out of that moment. And then I move to my breath medicine. I take a deep belly breath, bring myself back to my physical body by tuning into my breath wave, which we will continue to speak about. Then we pull the tool of questions, which brings us back to our sacred body of the mind. If our basic physical needs are not met, then we are reacting through our trauma instead of responding from the heart. The questions I will ask myself are, am I breathing? Because usually I get stuck like in my shoulders. I won't even be breathing down into my belly when I'm triggered. Have I had water? Most of the time it's not enough. Do I need sleep? I am a mother. The answer is always yes. Do I need nutrition or food medicine? Because really, food is medicine. Medicine is food. It is preventative when we use it for its true purpose. Elder Jack McIntyre once said, "Our grannies never gave us medicine, they gave us dessert." Once our basic physical needs are met, we can begin to inquire further with questions on our mental well-being. What is this thought that I'm having? Does it belong to me? Most of the time the answer is no, this is something someone else told me about myself. Can I release it? What does it do to my body? It is sitting somewhere in my body. For me, things like to sit behind my shoulder blades, in my neck area. This is where I hold everything. Is it serving me in this moment? Once we've addressed these first steps, we are able to move ourselves into a reflective state instead of a reactive state. First question is, am I reacting or responding? Where are the roots of this emotion? And I can tell you now that every time I do this exercise, I can pin the roots back to colonization and capitalism. So I'm just going to say right now, capitalism can shut up and go sit in the corner, because that narrative does not belong to me. Can I sit with and feel this through, or is it too uncomfortable right now? If we are not able to dive in a safe way, then we need to acknowledge that and create the space around us or the supports around us when we are ready to face those things. What are my intuition and emotions telling me when I'm silent? Because your spirit and your body are always speaking to you. What energy needs to move through me? And what will help me most in this moment? You don't have to answer all of these. They are there as a guide. The ones that are helpful in that moment are the ones that will speak to you. This is a reminder to trust yourself. The last tool in your medicine bundle is water. Drink it, wash your face, swim, cry, sweat. Water is spirit. Water has spirit. We are made of water, and we need water to stay alive, and even more so to thrive. It is your greatest, simplest, and most powerful spiritual tool. Water is magic, and so are you. If you would like to explore some questions to tune into your spiritual well-being, I've shared some here. Is there a burning message that needs to come through? Is there a vision that regularly comes in cycles and it just won't leave you alone? Is there a reoccurring dream, whether it be day or night? And what is your immediate inspired thought or action? And can you do it? These are tiny little nudges from your spirit throughout your life, throughout your days, that are sending you little messages. How are we responding to those messages? The next medicine model is the moon cycles. Is there an awareness of what the moon is doing and how it impacts your body, mind, heart, and spirit? If you are called for a few moon cycles, try to create some space to see what and when and if there are any links between the ways you are responding and what the moon is doing. I am a crazy vivid dreamer, and I notice that the intensity of my dreams has me feeling like I am literally running from my dream world to my wake world around a full moon. I wake up exhausted, like I don't know why there's a whole day ahead of me right now, because I'm pretty sure I just had one in my sleep. I also have little werewolf children who are deeply impacted by the full moon. So I do my best to create some self-compassion, gentleness around meetings, events, expectations around a full moon. I know I'm not going to be getting sleep. I know that when I am getting sleep, my dream world is crazy, crazy vivid and busy. And I usually wake up just going, oh my God, I don't even know what's happening right now. Full moons are a time to celebrate and release. Around a new moon, I notice that my dreams have more of a gentle flow to them. This is the time when I can ask questions and receive the answers in my sleep. It's amazing what can come through in our dream world. It is also when my body allows me to occasionally get a good deep sleep as the moon is going into her deep sleep. But what is that with children anyway? Sleep is a funny thing and something I will work towards for the rest of my life. New moons are a time to go within, to hold space for the darkness, and to set new intentions as we rise back out. The plant medicine model reminds us that we were not meant to be productive 24/7. That is a capitalist lie. Our bodies were very much meant to align with the natural rhythms of the world. What are the seedlings you are planting right now or have planted recently? Is there a certain time of year when you feel like everything kind of stretches and you are expanding or shooting upward or outward? At what point do you see your seedlings budding? Do you have a wild flowering season where everything feels like it's in bloom and flourishing? At what point do you see yourself needing to let go, to shed your leaves and prepare yourself for rest? Do you hold space for rest? Probably one of the bigger questions here. I never used to. My cousin Erin calls it rest and grow time, and that's my absolute favorite. What if we created a world where moving with the seasons was normal again? What if we didn't have to burn ourselves out? When I chose the red road 4.5 years ago, I knew I would need to build an overflowing basket of tools I could use to help me move through all of the emotions and traumas I was trying to bury with drugs and alcohol. Sinking into my own breath medicine and learning the rhythms of my breath were some of the most groundbreaking healing experiences I've had. We have no idea how powerful we are until we give our bodies the chance to do what they are made to do, and that's to heal. Let's start by exploring the different energy cycles we may move through within a day, week, month, year. We are all unique in the ways that we operate, in the energy cycles that we carry. These are some that I have explored. Our low energy cycles are times when we feel dark and can hardly move. I've created some self-compassion statements for myself in each one of these cycles, and you are welcome to steal them. So when I have a low energy cycle, sometimes all I can manage to say to myself is, it's okay. Take one breath, one moment at a time. And I will just repeat this over and over to myself. It's okay. You're going to be okay. We can tune into this cycle with our breath wave. It's like a long, slow inhale and a slow rolling exhale. Our mild energy is probably what I would best explain as the current state most of us are stuck in right now. It's like a meh or bleh, don't know, don't care. The pandemic and everything else we are facing is a constant trigger pushing us back into survival mode. The self-compassion statement I made for this energy cycle is, I am deserving of love and kindness from myself and others. We often forget the love and kindness from ourselves. It is one of the easiest things to forget as we are trying to just keep swimming. We can tune into this cycle with a slightly deeper inhale and a sigh with the exhale. So it's like a rolling. Our high energy can come in many different ways for many different people. For me, this is not my natural state. When I do have high energy, I have to work to channel it in a good way. My partner is the complete opposite. He constantly has high energy. So we are a really interesting mix. My self-compassion statement for this is, I create safe spaces for sacred creativity. And that is within my own world, that is within my work. That helps me remember what I'm doing. It helps me to stay aligned instead of being a distracted squirrel, which I am also very good at. The last energy cycle is my absolute favorite. It's what I work towards every day. And if I don't get there, I try again the next day. This is our flow state. This is where the magic happens and our spirit comes to life. These are also the moments when I find my ancestors come through strongly because I am not having to battle so much within myself. My self-compassion statement for this cycle is, I am sacred creation. Remembering that we are all connected in a much greater timeline, story, and purpose. Tuning into this breath wave is as easy as breathing. It is our natural state. I would like to bring you into a visualization exercise that came to me a few years ago. It is called Weaving with the Grandmothers. The goal is to deconstruct our colonial mindset and reconstruct with an Indigenous worldview. When we can open our hearts and minds in a safe and sacred way, we are able to dive into the exploration of understanding who we are and why we are here. This exercise may trigger emotions. It's important to acknowledge those emotions. They are the pathways to our healing and pieces of our story. Your story matters. You are in a virtual space of nurturing and support. I'm going to ask you to shake out your hands, move your body a little bit, wiggle your elbows, roll your shoulders. These underneath your elbow in here on the inside of your arm, these are like little cups that like to sneakily hold our trauma spots. So I'm just gonna clean those areas a little bit. Move my hands down my body. And then underneath your knees is another one of those sneaky little cup spots that likes to hold our trauma. So I'm just gonna whoosh down my legs. And when you're ready, place your hands on your lap with your palms up. You may close your eyes if you like, or keep them open if that's what is most comfortable for you. Notice the contact points of where your body is physically grounded. Take a deep breath in. With the exhale, dissolve the colonial world around us. Pavements, wires, pillars of cement. Another deep belly breath in. With the exhale, dissolve the pyramid governance structure and patriarchal systems. If you need to just whoosh it away, do it. One more deep belly breath all the way in. Fill it from your head to your toes. With this exhale, dissolve the ego-centered mind state, greed and monetary value. Disconnect from the land, each other, and our natural resources. Return to our Mother Earth in her natural beauty. I invite you home. I welcome you to the lands of our Nflakatmuk ancestors. We will sit together in a circle with our aunties and grandmothers. I remind you of the kindness that existed in this world. A matriarchal system and society that speaks the language of the land. We are in a quiet space by the mouth of the Stein River. This beautiful glacier river is medicine for our people. We sit together in a safe and sacred way. We are all welcomed with open arms. We are family. Notice the presence of feeling nurtured and calm. You are safe here. I invite you to hold a space in our circle for your own ancestry, all of your ancestry. If there are any disconnects, clean the ties to your bloodline and let them be. Fill that space with the women and people in your life who empower you. I invite you to acknowledge any discomfort, shame, or guilt from trauma that has been passed on to you. It is not your fault. Your trauma is a piece of your story, but it is not who you are. The trauma that exists in this world is not your fault. What we choose to do in this circle and moving forward in our lives is our responsibility to the next 7 generations, regardless of background, race, religion. Piece by piece, we are going to reconstruct our world through the process of weaving a basket with our grandmothers. We are going to place our inner child in the center and the next 7 generations for the sake of healing, hope, and a different world. We are mindful that these pieces are not in a particular order, but working together simultaneously. First, we must ensure an environment of safety and well-being for the basket. We are going to lay 4 cedar boughs. 1 for spiritual and cultural well-being. Who am I? Another for social well-being. Who is my family and community? Another cedar bough for economic well-being. What is my role? And another bough for political well-being. What do I stand for? We place these boughs in a circle. These external influences shape our nourishing environment. Now, we are going to weave together the strands of cedar and spruce root to make our basket. This is our own well-being and identity. Our first strand for self, spiritual, mental, emotional, physical health. Another strand for family. This is my bloodline and support, also my chosen family. Another strand for clan or house. This represents my home. Another strand for ancestry, my spiritual power. We weave in another strand for community, who I am surrounded by. Another strand for nation, who I serve. One more for ceremonies. This teaches me how to hold myself every day. Another strand woven in for language and traditions. This is my soul food that keeps me grounded in my identity. Another strand for the natural world and our connection to it. How I communicate with the land and people. Our last strand for surrounding nations and all living relatives. A reciprocal relationship of respect with all living beings. We gently weave all these strands to pull together our basket of strength and security. In the background, we hear our granny's laughter with words of encouragement and kindness. This process is holistic. It is lifelong, experiential, which means we are in-depth and hands-on. It is rooted in language and culture. It is spiritually oriented, a communal activity. We must work together. And it is of 2 worlds. Ancient teachings and modern techniques. You are embraced, nurtured, supported and uplifted by all of your ancestors, the ancestors of these lands, guiding you on your path. Breathe in this beautiful moment. If you take a moment to pause, what do you see around you? What do you hear in this beautiful circle? Are there any smells that come to you? What do you feel? We are going to give thanks for this journey together. And when you are ready, wiggle your fingers and your toes. Stretch your arms and your legs. Sway your shoulders. Move your body. Gently come back to your physical space as you are ready. Cookstem, thank you so much for journeying with me. I have had the honor of, since choosing sobriety, having very bossy grandmother ancestors come through. This is something that they gifted to me to share. So it is my absolute honor to share and gift to you. They are always with us. They are always sending us beautiful little messages throughout the day, in our sleep, every step of the way. They are there, supporting our journey and working some incredible magic from behind the scenes. I raise my hands to each of you. Thank you so much for having me. Cook's gem from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, Chimigwech, Ecko, Aleck. So beautiful. I'm feeling very connected and grounded and at peace. We do have quite a bit of time left before our noon showcases begin. So did you want to share any further reflections?
I would love to actually wrap up with a song, if that's okay.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. So this is another gift from the grandmothers. This song is called "The Breath of Your Ancestors." And I was feeling really disconnected from my homelands. I moved away when I was 12 to save my life. And I go through a lot of grief of not being able to constantly connect with my homelands. And I was laying on the couch and this came pouring through me as a reminder that regardless of where we are, we carry that. And I just heard this before I started. It's in our DNA. Everything we need is within us. So this song represents that as well. It was a good reminder in a time where I felt like I was failing my people.
Wonderful. I just wanted to share that my son, Dewagan Sawak, so Dewagan is drum in Anishinaabemowin, and Sawak means one in Nuu-chah-nulth. So last night he said, well, who's coming on tomorrow? And I said, oh, mentioned. And then I said, I have a workshop with Ecko Aleck coming. And he says, oh, Mom, do you know what a DJ calls his daughter? And I said, no. And he's like, Aleck. So you're getting lots of love from the Blue Sky family.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I would love to open it up to any reflections, feedback. Usually I will hold some space for individual processing, but I would love to hear any pieces that came up for anyone during that process.
Can I say, is it okay if I say something right now? Oh, I just wanted to acknowledge, like when you were saying that when we spent some time in your home territory by the Stein River, I got to meet your father. It's such a beautiful moment for me. And I always think of that time and that place and cleansing in that water, how beautiful it was. And I can really feel your pain when you talk about not being able to be in your homelands. And I understand that because my mother is on Nuu-chah-nulth territory, and I love, that's where I grew up. So I love that area. And of course I stayed here to be with the Coyote people, with the Shkalet people, with my father, because I had work to do, and I understand how that feels, that pulling feels. And I just wanted to acknowledge that right now there's your people are gathering at the railroad tracks to bring attention to the fire and to the destruction of the industry of the railways on our people and our livelihoods and our homelands, our waters, our communities. And so it just feels like when you were doing that song and how when I was seeing all your ancestors up there, all those grandmothers, I could feel them like gathering in you and at the same time connected to what's happening right now. Even though you can't be there, you are somehow calling them through this process. And through me being aware of what's going on there, I was like sending it to there because I can't be there today either, but it's just so important. And I feel like everything that you're doing, even though you're not there, your work is still rippling out. And I'm just so thankful for you in my life, thankful for your work. And I just want to let you know how loved and valued you are, to your nation, to your community, to your people, and to me as an individual. So, Jam.
Cook's Jam, thank you so much for sharing, my friend.
Do we have anybody else? We've made such great time. We've got a number of participants. I see that Shoshona is still on. She's saying beautiful. Victoria Morgan, thank you. Ecko, Kukshem, Kliko for sharing with us.
I'd just like to add to that, if that's okay. And if anyone else wants to chime in, just feel comfortable too. I'm just so thankful for you to do this at this time and this day, because I knew today would be, all the days have been very heavy, but in a good way, like more filling heavy, where you're being filled up and you can feel that heaviness kind of sinking in you. The first day it was more like up here where it really expanded. I felt like the second day it started to fill up. And I knew that the third day here, especially us focusing on the land, was going to be heavy, and it likely will, because there's so much going on right now that is heavy and very serious and very harsh, especially for our lands, our peoples, and our waters. And I feel like this workshop that you did right now is so needed. There's so many times, like even when you showed that the circular, you know, with all the questions to ask, and how we feel when we hear about, when we think about those words, you know, colonization, and immediately like my top of my head started to like, you know, get tension, and then my stomach was feeling ill. And but once I was able to get into your, is almost like a meditation, and I just felt like this is stuff that we deal with daily and momentarily. It's very difficult for people to understand that are not in that reality, that we don't just think of colonization and then it hits us right at that moment, and then like we can go on with our life the next moment and it's not there. It is there with us in our bones, in our DNA, in our blood. We are still experiencing it. You know, just like what I think it was Shoshona that was saying, you know, we're already living in a post-apocalyptic world, and it's really difficult for people to actually like take that in and try to stand in those moccasins. So for you to bring it up, and often we think as Indigenous people that we're crazy or something for feeling these things. And we blame ourselves, like that whole colonial guilt and all that. Like I was like, wow, it's so beautiful to hear this spoken, because often you keep it in yourself and you start to believe these things about yourself. And then when you can actually voice it, have it acknowledged, have it recognized, hear it back, it does something to your, that vibration changes you from like a cellular level, I feel. And so when you were doing that, I just felt like it was just so perfect for the day that's going to follow from this. And it was so needed. So thank you for just being in that moment and giving us that gift. It truly is a gift, I feel.
Can I say something? Okay, thank you so much, Ecko. I felt it in my heart when you talked about colonialism, and I have so much anger for what happened to me and my brothers in residential school. But I try so hard to experience an abundance of peace and joy, success, music, everything that will take away from the residential school experience and the intergenerational traumas I brought to my own kids that I love so much in the world. I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to make it up. But anyway, I just loved and get so much peace, hope, a lot of good things when I sit in the circle of the ancestors. And I love that picture that you put with all the grandmothers and the making of the baskets, and reminding me of going, you know, picking Steeniston with my mom and my auntie, and how the forest smelled, and back when it was pristine. I'm 76 now, and I remember all the way back to being very young and what it was like when the water was still clean. You could go to the creek, get a pail of water, and get a dipper and drink it. How the forest smelled, how the water was, how everything was. Now I teach Indigenous science, and I am aware of so many environmental hotspots. I used to get my students to do a research file on environmental hotspots in their own territories, and there was a lot then in the 1990s. And now with, you know, the mine spill in Secwepemcúlecw and the black snake going through our territory. And I went to Vancouver and saw all the pipes, and I went to the hazardous waste yesterday and saw all the hazardous waste, and went through that whole Kinder Morgan pipeline area, saw all those pipes and the stink down there. And anyway, thank you for that bringing me back to the ancestor circle and bringing calm and peace and joy. And I hope that we all, get an abundance of the changes that we can make in our collective conscientiousness as women. We can bring that back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gukjam.
Gukjam, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your presence, for your words, for your remembering, and for your healing. It's such an honor.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. To all of the elders and our ancestors that we've been calling to sit in our virtual circle together with us. I can definitely feel them. Any final reflections before I maybe call to Mika to identify the showcases? We do have a couple that I know of, but if she has any background on Jason Camp and the Posers and Curtis Clear Sky. We're good? Okay, so Mika, do you have any insights into our showcases coming up over lunch?
Yeah, so, okay, just to be sure I'm getting everyone, we got Jason Camp and Curtis Clear Sky. Do we have anyone else? Oh, well, we have.
And the Posers.
Yes, but we have Leela at the end of the day too. Okay.
Yes, Leela at the end of the day.
Oh, yes. Jason Camp and the Posers, they are a band from Haida Gwaii. They are knowledge keepers, land and water protectors. They are allies of other nations, helping to protect and supporting their waters and lands and supporting their people. They are language keepers as well. They are language revitalizers. They are artists. They are just bringing in all of these important things about our peoples and our cultures in new and contemporary ways. And they're actually very hilarious people to get to hang out with as well. They're very fun people to hang out with. I've had the honor of being on the same bill with them. We did a show, a benefit for the Wet'suwet'en I think it was last year, or no, not last year, the year before, I guess now, wow. No, it was last year. Right before the lockdowns, we went up to Smithers and we did a double bill with them. We called it Reconciliation with the WR. And they're just incredible guys to hang out with and just really, I'm just so thankful that we were able to utilize their performance. It's from the IndigiFest performances. They were nice enough to allow us to use it for this showcase. Curtis Clear Sky and the Constellations. I mean, I can go on and on about them all day because they're just so incredible. I was introduced to them through Two Rivers Remix and inviting them to our stage. I believe they came the first year and the second year. We got to know them and they're an incredible group of musicians. We actually also worked with the lead singer, Curtis's wife, Tia, who is Maori. She's incredible as well. We continued our work with her with Two Rivers Remix in terms of putting together the festival video, and she is just another incredible person to work with. He is very, his style is Indigifunk, so we're gonna be like getting into the funky music. He really talks about, land rights, title, human rights, Indigenous rights, our rights to our lands, our waters, just the beauty of our people. And it's just always such a gift to witness their music. Their musicians are just incredible. Then at the end of the day, we are going to be showcasing Leela Gilday's performance that she did for Two Rivers Remix 2021. The reason we are streaming it is because she did it on the land where she's from. She did it outdoors and it was just beautiful. And she spoke so much about her stories and her connection to that land and how important it was. I just was so moved by her performance that I thought it would be such an incredible liftoff. It's been, you know, some really intense, I don't even like to call it heavy days. It's more like it's really concentrated. It's like when you cook down the hushim really slow, you know, the hushim juice, and you cook it down into this really, really thick syrup. That's what this confluence reminds me of. And so I thought we need something at the end to just lift us like an eagle soaring. And that's how I thought of Leela's performance. So that's what we'll be ending with. But this showcase coming up, welcome to Jason Camp and the Posers from Haida Gwaii and Curtis Clearsky and the Constellations. His band has so many various Indigenous peoples. It's a huge list and it's just all incredible. They're beautiful people. I'm so blessed to know them as personally and professionally. Sometimes they even ask us to come on stage with them, and sometimes we ask them to come on stage with us. So, and we just borrowed their bass player yesterday for our performance. So anyway, without further ado, please welcome these incredible artists that we're so honored to present.
And Creative BC. And I've also wanted to mention that over the course of the last several days, we want to also thank our partners, our community partners. So we have Indigenous Music News, Savage Society, Full Circle Performance, and the First Peoples Cultural Council. So very pleased to have all of our allies and supporters stand with us as we do this important work. We have the artist showcase from now until 1 o'clock. And when we return at 1, we'll have our bearing witness session again. Remix2Regeneration, the Unceded Lands. So we'll have a knowledge keepers panel consisting of Sabina Dennis, Takaya Blaney, James McGuire, Graham Richards, Don Morrison, Ecko Aleck is joining us again, and Willie Thrasher. And we'll have our ASL interpreters, Robert and Samara. And then after that, at 3 to 3:55 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we'll have a workshop with Ms.PAN on integration, fertile ground, and reclaiming self before our closing, and final showcase with Leela Gilday again. So off we go. Enjoy your showcase over lunch, and we'll see you live again at 1 o'clock.
Indigifest. Indigifest. Not Indigifest. Indigifest. That's what you're here to see. That's what you're here to hear. And who better to bring you Indigifest than these indigenous mofos over here? Jason Camp and the Posers. Who am I? Oh, I am Johnny Bagel. That's right. The Johnny Bagel from Johnny Bagel and the Cream Cheese. So proud of all my indigenous artists out there. Under the wing of Johnny's tutelage, indirectly or directly, however it may be. I'm just proud, like I said. And I'm proud to introduce to you these Haida Gwaii boys. So without further ado, in association with Johnny Bagel and Johnny Bagel Enterprises, Bagel Co., TM, Jason Camp and the Posers!
getting the piece of the pie.
Bagel.
She's a bit breezy on the water. I lost my hat.
As it floats there.
Never leave a good hat behind. It's still good. It's still good.
Drunk, mother, no more. She fled to the coast with a red dress that she wore. Sisters above her. He wielded his knife. hitchhike. Oh, 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 Thousands of us have gone missing. None of you in sight. When our sisters and our mothers are disappearing in the night. Bounties are robbing your auntie. They were formed to kill and rob. Instead of catching all the psychos, now the psychos do their job. Tear-filled highway crest into the night. Headlights are fading away. No investigations when you're from the reservations. Guess we're not humans today. Just keep rolling through the set. We're warmed up. We're warmed up. We're warmed up. We're warmed up. We're warmed up, and the reverb is right. Heart of Nation all day, all night. Well, I went down to St. Albert's Infirmary. Saw my baby there. She was stretched out on a long white table. So cold, so sweet, so fair. Let her go and bless her wherever she may be. Look this whole wide world over. Never find another crazy Indian like me. Bury me in a big old cedar. Bed corners and a painted raven top. Just me and my sweetest regalia. And the boys see me out on the drums. St. Albert's Infirmary. I saw my baby there. She was spread out on a long white table. So cold, so sweet, so fair. nowhere to run. Some grass were confused, others went for their gun. For if we survive with the shorelines anew, all would be lost to the village we knew. Settler friends might scour the shore, grasping and praying to technology no more. Batteries and radios with hopes to call home, but the century's comforts had left them alone. Lived. These flood stories told us they wanted to give. We climbed up his hat, escaping the way. As his water retracted, the stone was his grave. So here we remain as our ancestors did, reincarnates again with the damage undid. The water is clean, the forests are full, the greed and the oil had been washed from her soul.
me talk to you.
You're good. You're good. You're the guy.
What do I have to say?
Just say thanks to First Peoples Cultural Council and to Sarah Carroll, our special guest producer.
And Leah Anthony and Daniel Nevin.
Jason Camp and the Posers would like to thank a few special people. Carol, that's not her name.
Do that again.
I like that though. Carol. Okay, who are we thanking?
Sarah Carroll on camera.
We'd like to thank Sarah Carroll on camera. Sarah Carroll, whatever. We'd like to thank her.
No, start again. You can do this. This is the one thing you have to do.
This is one job.
The First Peoples Cultural Council.
Jason Camp and the Posers would like to thank a few special people. Sarah Carroll on camera. First Peoples Cultural Council. First People Cultural Council. Thank you so much. You guys rock. And who else do we want to thank?
Leah Anthony.
Leah Anthony. You're awesome.
And Daniel
You're
Nevin.
awesome.
Daniel Nevin.
And Daniel Nevin. Not to mention The Alchemist.
And all the other artists.
And every one of you indigenous artists out there.
And every auntie and skiddigan.
We love you, aunties!
And every auntie and
We love you!
Don't forget about the aunties in Masset. And I'm talking never forget about
And every
Rupert.
auntie in Masset, Skiddigat, and all over this world. You guys are awesome. How
Okay.
Land that we live in, never forgiven.
song right here is called Mobilize. mobilize, motivate. Wake up, hold and have the faith. Mobilize, motivate. Wake up, hold and have the faith. Y'all better wake up. Climate change is here. Climate change is real. Everybody's gotta mobilize. Everybody's gotta wake up.
I know how it feels. I know how those people feel. Not afraid to die. Not afraid to spend the rest of my life in prison.
You're talking about the lives of a lot of people who've been patient for a long time.
Patient for a long time, yeah. Well, they get beaten. Who's gonna be next?
It's time for them to die.
No, I'm saying it's time for us to do something.
Well, let's come
Are we gonna let another one beat us? How many times have they kept one promise? One promise they kept. They promised to take all of our land, and they're doing it.
But I just wanna send a message to all the people living and neglected and disrespected. There's a point in your life you gotta get out there, check this. Come on, let's check it. I know the feeling is desperate. When you make so many mistakes, you feel that you've wrecked it, but life is reckless. It's only in the night when you're stressing, so let's get out the light. Count for our rights, count your blessings. Times things happen and the outcome is depressing. Oh, pick yourself up and move on to the next thing. I've done things myself that make me have trouble resting. I've been a shady person, that wasn't the best thing, but I've overcome that person. And yeah, it feels great. I've overcome the judgment, I've overcome the hate. I don't chill with those numbers, don't negotiate with snakes. I just feel that it's something with the purpose, it's just fake, right?
Treaties have been broke. How we gonna deal? How we gonna grow? How many treaties have they broke? But there is a strength connected to my soul. Learning my language, singing my songs, dancing to the rhythm and the beat is strong. Learning my language, singing my songs, dancing to the rhythm and the beat is strong.
Clear Sky and the Constellations featuring Murray Porter, Turtle Island. Turtle Island. Cats on bass, everybody. Papa Cats, everybody. On the wheels of steel. From El Salvador. The one, the only. DJ Sue Comandante. DJ Sue Comandante, everybody. From East Vancouver. On the town. On the drums. The one, the only. Jimmy Boom Bam. Jimmy Boom Bam, everybody. And we're so blessed to be here. My guests of our hosts, Dennis Joseph and Baba Man came here tonight. We're grateful and thankful. I told him. Dennis Joseph, everybody! Our brother here bringing it on the percussion. Our brother right here, special guest, bringing it. Chris Barlow on percussion. Give it up for our brother Chris right here. All the way from Aotearoa, New Zealand. From the Maori people, my beautiful wife. On vocals, Tia Tone and Clear Sky, everybody.
Turtle Island, a home of native land. Turtle Island, thank you for having me on your land.
Tia Tone and Clear Sky, everybody. Shout out to everybody from this Get a True Rhythms remix. Always bringing it. Mika, love and respect. Gordon, appreciation. Kiva, the whole family, the sound crew. James, brother on the board. The sisters on the cameras. Appreciation. Gratitude. One quarter's clear sky and the constellations. But we're gonna close out like this. All my relations. 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 All my relations.
Welcome to the virtual feast here at the Stein. I'm your host, Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12, coming to you live from the heart of the Inklakapmuk territory here in Lytton, BC. How y'all feeling out there?
Hey, rock the boat, yeah, don't sing. Float, rock, hey, rock the boat, yeah, don't sing. Float.
You can clap your hands to this one too, if you want. All right.
I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making this sound. I'm out of the gate. I'm out of the gate.
happy to have you here. We have a stellar, awesome, amazing lineup of Indigenous artists and musicians here to nourish your needs for music here. Aitzapka, Aichka, Aichqualan to you all for joining us here at the virtual feast. So please take care of yourselves, like, share, comment, and all those things. Omath, Asiam, thank you.
Makwa Dodem, Kinwa Blue Sky, Indigenikas, Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe, and Sandy Lake. So hello everybody, my name is Kinwa Ishkorekwe Blue Sky, and I am happy to be joining again on the third and final day of our conference or Confluence. I just want to do a quick shout out again to our artists and educators, our community organizers, our activists and students, and everybody else who's been interested in tuning in virtually to learn more about the resilience of Indigenous peoples. So thanks again to our sponsors. We're funded by Canadian Heritage, Factor, BC Arts Council, and Creative BC. And over the last 3 days, we've had so many community partners participate and support the work. Again, Indigenous Music News, Savage Society, Full Circle Performance, and the First Peoples Cultural Council. I really wanted to give a little bit of time to be able to thank all the people behind the scenes. We have our tech, Lindsay, and we have, who else do we have behind here? We've got also Julie and Mika and Gordon, everybody who's been working hard to be able to bring the Confluence to us. And so just wanted to spend a little bit of time before we dive in this afternoon for a full another session. So let's see, what's it? Bearing Witness session. It's called Remix2Regeneration, Unceded Lands. So again, we have our Knowledge Keeper panel, Sabina Dennis. Hopefully Takaya will be able to join us. We have James McGuire, Graham Richards, Don Morrison, Ecko Aleck, Shoshona Kish, and Willie Thrasher. Yeah. Awesome. So we're a little bit before one. I don't know if we wanted to do a soft welcome. Great.
Yeah, it's just such an honor to have each and every one of you here for this session. For those of you who haven't been able to take in the last couple of days, it's just been so profoundly impactful individually, but I also feel collectively, and I'm just so thankful for all the messages and experiences and just all of our, really it's the root of our joy and our love and our togetherness. I'm so thankful for that. And I just want to acknowledge, I always like to acknowledge what I'm wearing, because so I've got the Wild Salmon Caravan shirt here. Defend wild salmon forever. I've got my wild salmon beaded necklace here by Elder Willard Wallace from Lil Watt. I'm wearing my Auntie Valerie's earrings. She's passed on. She's a mentor, activist, also of mentor of Sabina's as well. And I see Sabina is doing a smudge, which is perfect. Sabina, would you mind doing a opening, kind of just an opening for us with your smudge? Thank you, sister.
Hari Sal Yinka Dene Tiane Dene. I'm very grateful for this beautiful day, to all the beautiful strengths and spirits that surround us. We give thanks for the nourishment of spirit and the embodiment of the power from that nourishment that we all are infused with. And we thank you for the gifts of our medicines, our songs, our insights, and our instincts, these beautiful sacred gifts that we all share. And I thank the sisterhood and the brotherhood and the relativeness of all living things on this beautiful Mother Earth that we share. May we have the strength to stand up and protect our beautiful Mother Earth, as she has done so beautifully to nourish us and keep us safe, as she does to all her living children on this planet. And the sacred relationship that the earth has to the beautiful Father in the sky, and the creation that we are a beautiful part of. I give thanks. Awitza Masai.
Oh, Cook's Jam. I just want to say while you're doing that, I've been putting food offerings and smudge out the window to the ancestors, but there's been a raven out there that is still talking to us. So just wanted to mention that.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's jump into this afternoon's Bearing Witness session, Remix to Regeneration, Unceded Lands. I think we're going to have all of our Knowledge Keeper panel jump on shortly. I think because we have so many, it would be great if we could have a couple introductions from each one of you, and then we'll be able to sort of do a round. We have almost about 2 hours, so if we spend the first hour and a half kind of connecting, and then we'll be able to open it up to further dialogue or questions from the audience or that are live streaming. So we're going to be watching that. So make sure that if you have any questions or things you'd like to ask, feel free to pop that in the chat. I believe we have our ASL who'll be joining us as well. So they might be popping on shortly. So maybe if Sabina, Takaya, if she's on, James, Graham, Dawn, Ecko, and Shoshona, and then Willie. I'll put the order, and if you just want to do a quick introduction to yourself, perhaps where you're joining us from, and even on the live stream, you guys, if you want to add where you're joining us from on your territories, please do share. We're watching and seeing all of your hearts and likes and loving it. Thank you. Chimigwech. Savina, quick intro.
Sabina Dennis Sahatni, Laxilyu Desto, Nadle Bankat Hasya. I'm sitting here on the edges of the shores in my house of Nadle Huetan territory, and that is central BC, so-called Fraser Lake now, nicknamed Fraser Lake, but I'm just really grateful. I want to say thank you so much to the organizers, first and of all, that this confluence is able to happen. And I look forward to sharing with you some of the feelings I'm having in this time. Thank you so much. It's beautiful to see Willie out there, Willie and Linda, beautiful, highly respected elder Thank you for being here. And I look forward to hearing the beautiful panelists that I admire greatly. Merci.
Wonderful. We'll shoot to Takaya.
Ajishkwat. My name is Takaya Blaney. My ancestral name is Chikajimilch, and that was a name that has been shared with me by my kukpa, my grandfather. I'm calling in from my dad's house in Slayaman, my nation. Since I was a little girl, I've done advocacy work for our people, our rights, our land, and have taken part in movements to defend our land from devastation from colonial resource extraction. Recently, I've begun to shift into work for my territory and thinking about challenging the industries that have taken root for the past several generations here. And I'm looking forward to sharing more on that and hearing from all of the other incredible panelists who I really respect and haven't seen in a long time. Cześć.
I guess I'm next here. Spanko Agang Hanadiki Gaga, the Gakiel's Kigwe clan of the Haida Nation. So my English name is James McGuire of the Skadans Raven clan, and I'm a Haida at large coming to you from our territory here of Haida Gwaii. I'm the lead singer, co-songwriter, and guitar player for Jason Camp and the Posers, and also my day job here in our own territory is working in collections and repatriation of, bringing our items home from around the world for the Haida Gwaii Museum, Southland and I. It's good work. It's good connections to make, and it's a beautiful honor to be thought of in that realm. So it's and Hawa for having us, Josh too, and myself here today, and I really admire a lot of the panel, and excited to speak with you.
Hey everybody, lovely to see everyone here. It's so exciting to see everyone in a little meeting like this, and see some old friends here, and yeah, it's great. And happy to be part of this. My name is Graham Richard. My Haida name, my Haida nickname is Josh too. It means scruffy hair. And yeah, our family's Kianusli. Territories are up in the north end of Haida Gwaii, but I'm living in Gilda, Skidegate, and yeah, we're from the Raven matrilineages. So very, very happy to be here today and excited to see what everyone has to say. Hawa.
Dawn? Are you able to unmute and do a quick intro?
Yes, thank you. White Pohwadap. I just greeted you all in my Secwepemc language, and I said hello, everyone. As Quest Dawn Morrison, and I am I inherited my Secwepemc ancestry from my mother, Bernice August Morrison Heather, who did a really beautiful opening this morning for the event, and reminded us of some important teachings and yeah, I guess just what I've learned over the years as being the eldest survivor of intergenerational impacts from the residential school in my family through my mother's experience and my late grandparents, Edith Sewell from Pistalanetqua, which is otherwise known as the Adams Lake watershed in our territory, and my late grandfather, Willard August from Tlexcan, which is more up around kind of the Mount Ida area of our territory in the Shuswap Lakes region. Really, the Shuswap and the Adams Lake are all just one big enlarged river that flow from the mountains. And so I also have Irish and Scottish ancestry, who I inherited from my father, hence the last name Morrison, the Morrison clan. I identify with my work as the founder and curator of the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty that I've been doing for about 16 years now, showing up consistently to mobilize knowledge and networks, and doing a lot of decolonizing food systems work more recently these days with different tribal and non-tribal governments and networks of BIPOC people, Black, Indigenous, people of color, to really try and shift the narrative and yeah, look at what decolonizing means. I think I'm born into that by nature of, you know, the long legacy of political activism and social justice that have been upheld by people like my mom and other elders in our community who have been my teachers. And then, yeah, just decolonizing in terms of my own ancestry, even in my own family with mixed heritage, and thinking about what does that mean when we want to dismantle white supremacy in the land and food system. It's deep. So that's who I am. That's what I do. I'm super honored and excited to be with, wow, amazing people, younger people doing really amazing work. It's super inspiring. Takaya, good to see you again. And I know that you've been really involved with some good work and many others around the table. So thanks for having me. Kuksjan.
Exquin. Hello, everyone. And Jawa and Shkwash Kaweya. My ancestral name is Kaweya. In my language, that means blue jay. Blue jays represent laughter. So I try to walk with that a lot through my life. I am from the Inflakatmung Nation, Shuk or Grizzly Bear Clan, raised with the Shishak Nation and marrying into Pentlatch territory, which is where I'm calling from today on so-called Vancouver Island. I am the daughter of Shinkiyup and Kwalegach, granddaughter of Faith and Nelson Aleck. I am the great-granddaughter of Julia and Henry Aleck. My father is a system shaker, residential school survivor, and I am a cycle breaker for my 2 young sons. I am a shit disturber and fierce warrior for Indigenous rights, truth, and history, while empowering and amplifying the voices of Indigenous women and youth. Most importantly, I'm a mother of 2, working to break the intergenerational cycles of trauma by healing through connection to our lands, cultures, and creativity. I'm so honored to sit with this panel today and looking forward to our conversations. Kuksjem.
Anin Bojo, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Shaush Koban Ezekwe Desnikas Megazito Dem Bachawana and Donjabao Jibwe and Ishnabe Kwe and Dao. My name is Shoshona. And I am Eagle Clan from a beautiful place on the shores of Lake Superior called Bachawana, and I'm Ojibwe Anishinaabe. And yeah, I'm just thrilled to be a part of this conversation. I'm an artist. I work with my husband, Raven. We have a band called Digging Roots. And that's been a really rich and wonderful journey for us, being able to live in that space and raise our sons on the road. And I'm also doing a lot of community organizing these days. And I founded an organization called the International Indigenous Music Summit, which is a gathering much like this just had a dream of bringing our relatives together from around the world and lifting each other up and sharing our stories and celebrating the excellence and facing the challenges with that sense of kinship in the community. So that's what we've been working really hard at. And I also have been working with an amazing team of people, some of whom are gathered at this. I don't know if they're here right this very second, but Amanda Rayome, who's sort of partner in crime and my ride or die, and been working on a bunch of stuff. She's also an amazing artist, Leila Gilday, and several other amazing people to launch a national Indigenous music office. So that's been keeping us really busy, and is some beautiful big work that I'm really proud of, and really proud of a team working together towards. And Amanda and I recently launched a record label called Unceded Records. So we were just working hard to make some big noise and disrupt colonial spaces and bring love to the places that we deserve and just stand up for each other. So that's what I'm about.
Willie? Unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my name is Willie Thrasher. I'm originally from Inuvik, Northwest Territories. For the past years, I've been traveling across Canada, and my singing partner, Linda, and I went to Europe, to London, England, and we traveled across Canada. We do legends and stories, and it was such an honor for Mika to invite us to this operational healing journey to let the world know that the world needs help. And I'm from on top of the world, a place called Inuvik, and I see down at the earth, and a lot of things are not going too well around the world. And it's time for the operational voice to be heard. And we've been saying that for so many years. And now it's time for all operational performers, singers, storytellers, and to all get together and let's save our beautiful Mother Earth. Thank you.
Oh. Gee Wedge. Okay, so we're going to jump right into the panel. I'm going to ask Sabina to do a quick share her thoughts on this unceded lands, and then we'll go around the same circle.
You want us to mute for now?
Yeah, we'll keep everyone muted.
Sure.
Just so we can hear the booming voice of Sabina.
I'd like to invite everyone out there to, if they ever need to jump in, say anything, let me know anything, I'm here, and you're welcome to unmute while I speak. I wanted to start with this poem that I wrote on December 22nd, 2020. And the reason I want to share this poem is because I wrote this poem for Mika. She's done this beautiful work, and as sisters, we really need to support each other. It's very important that our matriarchs support each other. And we always make mistakes, and we're always there to pick each other up, and we're always there to encourage each other as women. And we're there, you know, when we don't know what to do, our sisters know what to do. We can't just be expected to do everything right. Mistakes are always made. My beautiful sister Mika, and this goes out to all the women and all the sisters and to all the organizers. This is also for you, because this is an acknowledgement of the work that you've done as well. Thank you to you all. My sister Mika, December 22nd, 2020. She who walks steadily, head held high, arms wide open, palms in reciprocity form, cradled by life, swathed in inspiration, an artist of life, the universe's canvas. She lifts us up to where we belong. She lights a path along long obscured by blurred vision. Eagle eye woman. Explain why. Lead us to the magic that we began with. Always reminding us of magic, a glance, a song, a rhythm, a poem, a regalia. Peacemaker, healer, sister, warrior, sit at the council fire of our ancestors, commune in gracious meditation, bringer of ancient knowledge, transmission of truth, unfathomable to many. Her soft hands caresses a bundle so sacred, the work she knows needs doing. And only she is the messenger, interpreter, the general. And I feel this goes for all women, as I feel that this system of imbalance came very long ago. We've been out of balance in the masculine and the feminine realm, especially when it comes to leadership roles. And now as Indigenous women in these times, we are really taking those roles seriously as mothers, grandmothers, clan mothers, supporting our youth, mentoring them, appreciating them, breaking down those boundaries of this colonial mentality that has poisoned us all in our ways, identifying those and finding the medicines to heal. And I know this year has been a lot of trauma for us all. We've had loss. And in these great pains came these transitions and these transformations into new ways of dealing with these, navigating these waters. And what I've come to is that it's time now. Now really is the time. Our Mother Earth has given us warnings. It's been foretold. It's been foretold that the forest would burn. Our people have always known, somehow they've had warnings to these catastrophes that happen. And we've been given the tools for preparation for these times. They spoke of the fires. They spoke of the bugs in the trees, how it would devastate the trees. They spoke of these prophecies of the pipelines going through our territories and the railways. And they warned us that if we do not heed their warning of our Mother Earths, that we will be in great suffering. Our people have been resilient people. Starvation, disease, colonialism that has disrupted our whole way of life. And now's the time that we stick up for each other. I want to just say, up at the Wet'suwet'en right now, I was there last night. We came back and I spent the day with the Wet'suwet'en up at Gidimt'en clan. This is their 3rd year in a row of invasion from the RCMP as they're trying to stop the drilling of their Wedzin Kwa River. This river you can drink from. There was a call out to action and the Mohawk came. The Haudenosaunee, Six Nations, Seneca, Onondaga, these nations that I'm only learning now out of respect because of what they've done by showing their support. They speak of the great peace in their medicine wheel. And around it, all the chiefs stand, and in the center, there's a tree, the tree of life, where the roots go out to all nations and extend to all nations. And that eagle sits on the top and warns all the clans of what is to come. This is what they've been fighting to protect since colonization. And so now, as we're sharing our ways and coming together as people, I feel like it's very important that we shed our egos in this. We will make mistakes. It's up to us. Our prayer is this, a carrier prayer is this: great Creator, may everything go smoothly today. And that if I make a mistake, that it may become clear to me so that I may correct it. And in this way, we don't have to take everything personally, because our mistakes and lessons are everyone's. And it's not, especially in these movements, we can't just, it's not our way to be like, you're the leader, you do everything. Every mistake you make, it's all over. No, we are all leaders now. We all need to be, as it once was. We don't put ourselves above anyone. That's why in Dakar, they say Nado, and that really means better than or higher than. It's like the attitude, that attitude is not our way. There's no such thing. And so I'll speak a bit about the reason why I perform music. When I was a little girl, I watched Morley Loon, Mika's uncle, perform. And my spirit was always about the music and activism. It was just always the forefront. It's always known that purpose. And so at 5 years old, I asked for guitar for Christmas and my birthdays the same time. And my mom and dad got me a little plastic guitar. It's like pretend little pink thing. Hated pink when I was young. I didn't like the patriarchy. Even when I was a tiny little girl, I opposed it. And I was very sad, and my mom and dad went and they knocked on the door downtown Prince George and knocked and knocked and knocked. It was like Boxing Day, and they opened it because we were lucky. And they sold me a little Yamaha guitar. I played that and I learned how to play guitar. And the music that I perform for the people is all for healing. It's all, it comes to me through me. And I used to judge myself for it, and I would feel ashamed and, hurt, because it comes out and it's different and it's kind of weird, and, it's a different type of music. But I won't go on and on. I want to hear other people. I'll share this one song with you that I wrote at the Yinta 39 camp. It was 44 below up there, and we had all night watch, and it was 6 weeks, and we didn't have many people up there. So we were running the system very meticulously so that we could have enough energy to be there. We prayed for the Mohawk at the Sacred Fire. They came, but they came later. They came now, and they're up at the Wet'suwet'en now. Anyway, this is the song. Diyan kat neluanto sunegan liweanto etwa wenicha sugat onle etwa wenicha sugat onle. I won't go on and on about it, but what I'm saying is that the earth, our mother, she takes beautiful care of us. And that is why it is our duty to take beautiful care of her. Anyways, I see all you beautiful people out there, and I want to thank Willie and Linda for being here. It means a lot to me. I've always looked up to your work and sing along with your songs. Wolves don't live by the rules. And that strong strength of that music, it kept me fueled. That powerful, it's almost like punk rock native, that captivated me as a youth. It touched my spirit, and it inspired me to be myself, not to be ashamed that maybe I'm a punk, maybe I'm a metalhead, maybe I'm this mixture, maybe I'm doing Celtic, I don't know. But it freed me to be that powerful, just being in your own power, just being who you are and genuinely not being afraid. I feel that that's what colonialism has done to us. And it's been important for me to be free, to have that autonomous type of spirit that you wander this world as a free woman, as a free man. And thank you for that. I won't take up any more of your time, but I love you, Dawn Morrison. This woman has inspired me for many years. Many years she has worked for our salmon, our beloved, precious, beautiful food sources. And she doesn't even call it food. You know why? Because that is not the name. That is not just food. That is the salmon body. That is the body of the tree that we harvest in prayer and in thankfulness. And she's taught so many beautiful things about nurturing our lands so that they may provide for us, and inspired me. On those front lines, Dawn Morrison, you provided that. And the mentorship of our elders is so important. And Dawn Morrison's mother as well. I thank her as she's instilled that into her daughter, and it'll continue on as people pick up that work, that sacred work it's global. She's working with nations around the world to create food sovereignty. It's going to be such a battle in the future. And may we all learn to support each other and love each other in these times, as it's much harder than we know here in Canada. But it is that way all around the world. And there's no way we can just escape it. It's coming, and we need to prepare. We need to be prepared and gather enough food for the winter, like as we always did, and maybe even a little more in case those winters start to last longer. So I respect and I acknowledge the people here that have done work. Takaya Blaney, she is a beautiful warrior sister. I feel like akin to her, like I want to be her auntie. She knows that. I'm here for her. I support the work that she does, as it's very sacred, as these brilliant people are being born right now to help us. These warriors that really know what to do, and they know how to navigate. And they see things that we don't see. So we need to respect each other, allow for the mistakes to be made, that it's not others' responsibility to do everything. If we see it, that's our responsibility now. We have a voice, we're leaders, we're matriarchs, and we have to step out of that box and just really address what needs to be done so that these movements can flourish in these times. We need to unite, and we need to be a force, a big sacred bundle, unbreakable. Awetsa.
Thank you for sharing, Sabina. I'm not sure if I'm just supposed to hop right in after, but I'm really grateful to be a part of this conversation. For me, I find it hard to define the sort of work that I've committed myself to across my entire life, because I feel like I'm carrying this unfolding legacy of the previous generations before me, and the awakening of our sovereignty, and myself and everyone else. We're just moving pieces in this, if that makes sense. And for me, sovereignty, I do consider it like a memory, something that is just waiting for us to wake up and remember and breathe life into it. when I was growing up, my nation was going through a process of modern treaty negotiation, like many Indigenous nations throughout BC currently. And to see the concept of our rights and our sovereignty, I guess, contained and defined by this colonial state that occupies our territories. I felt like I was bearing witness to, I guess, the state recognizing the power of our sovereignty and the power of our people, and just trying to contain it, trying to manage it, trying to control it. And you know, this discussion around unceded lands, I don't just consider the term unceded to be a term specific to treated or untreated lands. I think that our sovereignty, it runs deeper than any attempt that the state has made to control and exploit and destroy us. I think that, you know, our sovereignty is in it's in the youth, when the youth speak their language to their elders. It's in the dips that we take in the morning to cleanse our spirit. It's in the feeling that you get when we all gather together. And it's in those little glimpses of freedom or a better world that you get when you're out of blockade, and you really feel like, you know, the power that we hold is, you know, you can't even compare it to what we're confronted with. So yeah, I think that spills over what we consider the movement as well. And I think that there's a lot of like quiet work that goes into fighting for our lands that isn't necessarily, you know, publicly acknowledged or considered exciting. But there's, you know, millions of roles, and I've really deepened my appreciation for each and every single one of them. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time, and I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to talk about today. But yeah, I guess I just want to really uphold and, you know, extend deep gratitude to all of our community members that are working across this coast and the rivers that connect us and the mountains that connect us, to protect what we have and fight for future generations, and, you know, put energy and love towards those upcoming generations, so we're able to continue this fight. Anyways, thank you.
Unmute, James. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. We're still all learning this Zoom thing. How do two wonderful, powerful entities who I've learned so much from afar and up, in person. Just amazing people and amazingly proud to be part of this panel. I think I saw your note to shorten our shares that Josh Chu and I, as two Haida Ravens, tend to do this back and forth anyway, so we could probably just tag team this and give you our perspectives on this kind of, the tag word unceded lands is, almost is a little bit problematic for us. We have a territory, the Haida territory in here behind me, it's like this, and our people are from a culture so old, we've witnessed ice ages, along with lots of different, of all your cultures in your own territories. We've all been in our territories for so long, we understand what it's like to survive changes by listening to our oral histories, and don't ever don't ever let anybody take your oral histories and call them stories or myths, because our origins are spoken in those oral histories, and the changes in our territories we've witnessed, and our people have explained how to be resilient in our territories. We've learned to adapt with shorelines. Our people are so old that this map is almost just a colonial map. This just explains the shoreline as we know it today. But we have oral histories, and now geological history and archaeological proven history of having villages right kind of over my shoulder here in the ocean. We're so old that we used to be able to walk across to the mainland here. So the ocean is our territory also, and so we don't have unceded lands. We have unceded territories, and they're all interlocking and intertwining like they have been for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. I think it's important, speaking about our teachings, our ancestral teachings, they never talk about inherent rights to a land or a territory. We have inherent responsibilities to live with these territories and exist and coexist with them. We have a responsibility to uphold salmon territories and bear territories and even the frogs territories, just as they have a responsibility to uphold ours. We all live as one in a relationship as old as time, as old as the ocean, as old as the air. Our people came out of the ocean right here, and I always say this Haida territory, our oral history talks about coming out of the ocean right here, and I guarantee that as the earth changes into the future, we will be right on top of the very spot where Haida Gwaii was, and we'll go back into the ocean right there. I promise you, I'll be floating on a raft out here before they take us off our territory. So I think that if we can think about the way that we look at these things a little bit better and listen to the oral histories that have given us these guidelines, you'll know how to live. And as we get our messaging out there, we can help our neighbors. We can help these poor settlers that just have no clue. When you're stuck in that mindset of a lifetime, when you're not understanding reincarnation and you're not understanding flying through space and time using oral history, and that you'll be back here again, when you think that everything's in this one lifetime, everything is so urgent, success is so urgent, wealth is so urgent, and what they're not understanding is the wealth and successes around us, the salmon family that returns to feed us year after year after year for tens of thousands of years, and that intertwining relationship we've had as we support and protect their territories. That's the success, that's the wealth. The existence on this earth is wealth, and if you can do it, if you can do it without doing as much damage to the earth, to the mother that supports us, it's the best way to live. How?
Great, Graham Richards.
Just been wondering all kinds of thoughts, because going through all kinds of thoughts because the topic's so wide open. And but I guess one of the first things I thought about was running the Haida Gwaii Youth Assembly, and one of the questions to our Haida youth was to define Haida title, and it was just absolutely fascinating to get such a wide diversity of definitions of what Haida title really means. And you know, from a Western perspective, what you're kind of expecting is a Western concept of sovereignty, which is top down. So assertion of your power to essentially the power to destroy land and to destroy and consume resources. But what so many of the Haida kids in that conference were putting in the box is like an anonymous suggestion box, and we pulled them out and read them and what they're saying. And what I was thinking about with Sabina's song earlier is how that's Indigenous title, right? It's rooted in our connection, which is so profound and so deep with the land. I you know, like being able to sing one of those songs that shows that connection and shows that that intergenerational history, like it stretches back and back and back and back. You know, Haida oral history that's another thing. They're talking about land occupation and being able to prove title in Canadian court by proving that you occupy land and you take up space. And one of the things that the Canadians in the Haida title case have asked Haida to prove is that they have land stakes, that we have stakes like throughout the landscape, like settlers, you know, like that we tack stakes into the land, and those stakes show property lines, right? Oh, it's just fascinating. But because Haida are approaching the concept of title collectively as a nation rather than approaching it as individuals, obviously, and they're also coming from a completely different cultural concept of what title and what Indigenous land rights look like. We obviously don't have land stakes. So the approach that we took with the Canadian court was to put all the remembered place names on a giant map of Haida Gwaii. And the court conceded and said, yeah, like if you can demonstrate that you remember the place names, then like those place names could act as land stakes in the Canadian law. And it was just hilarious to get the Canadian reaction when our legal counsel revealed like that we have thousands and thousands and thousands of names, and they're just like all over the islands. The entire islands are completely covered with names. So they're pretty surprised and pretty taken aback by that. But I mean, that itself, there's like so much poetry in that and so much meaning in that, because we aren't slamming sticks into the ground and pretending that we have the right to destroy that territory, you know, because that's where those stakes come from. It's from a mining tradition where you put a stake next to a river and then you destroy a portion of the bank in your search for gold, right? Like each of those stakes, each of those names represents our interconnection with that place and the mutual respect that the land is provided for us as members of that space, and that we're trying to reciprocate as much as we can over generations in developing a true connection with each point that's named on that map. So I guess, yeah, with this question, my mind just kind of wanders into really just trying to like educate settlers about what a relationship with land could look like, rather than one of dominance and one of destruction and one based in violence. We have a connection that's based so firmly in long-term reciprocal relationships with living systems in the landscape. So I don't know, I guess that was one of the first things that really came to mind. Yeah, with the question here. But yeah, I'm loving listening to everybody and what everyone has to say. And thank you so much for sharing those songs there, Sabina. Those were beautiful. So, okay.
Okay, thank you everybody that's spoken so far. Feel so inspired, and I guess what I can add to the conversation is I could contextualize it in a number of ways, but I think what I'll do is I'll just I will talk about the wild salmon caravan and how that's, I think, relevant to this work, this question and this conversation, and the ways that it's being contextualized. And so the wild salmon caravan is a celebration of the spirit of wild salmon. It's one of the projects that our working group on Indigenous food sovereignty has developed. We're going into, well, we're in the planning for the 7th annual Wild Salmon Caravan. The idea for the Wild Salmon Caravan spawned, pun intended, at Wild Salmon Convergence strategic think tank that myself and some women and activists in my home community in the Nisconneith Adams Lake, Secwepemc, when we were concerned back in 2014, well, we've been concerned prior to that, but 2014, we finally said, wow, what are we going to do? There's so few salmon coming back to our territory. And it's once one of the largest spawning grounds in the world. And now there's literally hundreds coming back. I know that many people are saying this year's run is healthy. I think, relatively speaking, from what we know as traditional, from our elders, our ancestors, we have a ways to go to make it what it once was, and even a fraction of what it once was. So we have a lot of work to do. At that think tank, we had to talk about being creative about how to mobilize people, because some of the long legacy of political activism that's happened in my home Secwepemc territory with people like the late Arthur Manuel and the late George Manuel and my Uncle Wolverine, my Auntie Irene Billy, really strong elders. And, you know, they talked about a time when the Canadian Constitution Express organized to go to Ottawa. They rented a train and they went to Ottawa and had Aboriginal title, Section 35(1), entrenched into the Canadian Constitution. They were able to mobilize that many people to influence that level of change. And people told stories of how they would sell their couch. They would sell everything to go because they believed in it. And money was not a divisive factor. We know now that it's harder to mobilize our people because of the divisive band council. The colonial government structures and processes were designed to do exactly what they've done, which is divide and conquer. That's not, you know, painting a pan-Indigenous picture across all Indigenous people. There's huge diverse experience with colonial government. It's impacted everywhere. You know, the ways that unity or fragmentation, the breakdown of our systems has happened, you know, has varied in different areas. And so I don't mean to paint a, you know, kind of a pan-Indigenous kind of picture of it all, but I think that anyways, the Wild Salmon Caravan, we're like, how are we going to mobilize people around this? It's a keystone issue. We know that wild salmon feed the bears, the wolves, the eagles, they feed us. There's 27 nations of indigenous peoples here. We're all salmon peoples. And I wrote a chapter in a book, an amazing saleswoman, Jeanette Armstrong, put together this project. Oops. Oh, I guess you can't see it. It's weird the way anyways, it's called River of Salmon Peoples. I can maybe share a link where you can look at it online. And it's an amazing collection of knowledge, traditional knowledge, wisdom gathered from people, indigenous. There's 5 authors from 5 different nations along the Fraser Basin, so-called Fraser Basin, about our relationship as indigenous peoples to wild salmon and the important role they play. So I wrote a piece in it, and I was going to read it, but I don't want it to take up all the time because I want to show you some pictures from the Wild Salmon Caravan and just how we've been using art and culture to engage not just indigenous people, which of course is important because we've had multiple nations of indigenous peoples host us over the last 7 years for overnight camping and ceremony and feast and public forums, and really wanting to get into nurture that creative energy that will help us transform the darkness surrounding the industrial storm killing wild salmon as a keystone species. For both our cultures and our ecosystems. I would never want to have to choose to fight for just one food, but if I had to, it would be wild salmon because of the important role they play. I just want to read this one piece from the section that I wrote in this book because I think it relates to the theme of 2 rivers and confluence and some of the ancient wisdom. Was it James that mentioned that it's not just oral history, like it's deep knowing our story, in our culture and our language we call them spectacula, and they're connected to our laws. It's very, very, very important. But this particular story from our culture is Coyote and the ice dam, and when Coyote broke the ice dam. And so approximately, and of course, this is not by no means at all, am I saying I'm telling the story here. It's just a snippet from it to help understand the depth of our knowing and our relation to wild salmon, specifically in Secwepemcúlecw. So approximately 11,000 years ago, the so-called Fraser and Thompson rivers were created from the runoff of the glaciers left from the last ice age. Through a cataclysmic rupture of the ice dams near what's known to the settlers as Spence's Bridge, Coyote caused the Thompson River to reverse its flow southwest from the headwaters of the Columbia into the Fraser. This event connected the Fraser and the Thompson River system, as it is known today, and led to the establishment of salmon in Secwepemcúlecw. After leading the salmon to the headwaters of the Fraser and the North Thompson rivers, Coyote returned to Kamloops Lake. He then journeyed up from Kamloops Lake to the South Thompson River to lead the salmon to Shuswap and Adams River, and then further on to Splatine or Spalmachine, and then the Okanagan and up the Columbia River. This is a historical event that is really, really powerful when you think of our food sovereignty and our government and how we govern our waters and the knowledge and how deep that runs. I think it's important for us to remember that because we're our timelines they overlap with the past, present, and the future. We still have yet to see what will come of our work in, imagining possibilities. And I just want to read one more piece, and then I'll close with just a couple of quick pictures. But another piece from the piece that I wrote was the most creative and meaningful stepchakwala, or stories, are highly descriptive and will often lead you to make your own connections between thoughts, feelings, dreams, and tuitions. They contain metaphors that are creative expressions of the ways in which we see ourselves in relation to the land, water, the plants, and animals. In this ways, our stepchakwala help us know where we have come from and who we are as Secwepemc. Once we know ourselves, we're then free to go beyond what we know to be quote unquote true in the physical world, to explore the great mysteries, imagine possibilities, and create new realities that offer deep meaning to all of our relations. Coyote stories are a creative way of answering the unanswerable questions based on faith and a belief in a higher spiritual power, and often find creative ways of answering those unanswerable questions. So I guess that's just speaking to the power of what you're doing here as musicians, as creative people, the beautiful light that you're shining on this reality, this industrial colonial reality. The darkness of that is real, and you meet it in such beautiful and powerful ways. If it's possible, I just want to end on maybe one, maybe two quick pictures, and then I'll just leave that. Is it possible for me to share my screen? Okay. So Sabina's opened so beautifully with the matriarchal kind of rematriation, and this is a picture from Wild Salmon Caravan 2017, where we cloaked the matriarchs in leading the parade. This was down Commercial and Broadway in Vancouver. They were cloaked in these beautiful cedar woven shawls that were made by the Pacific Association of First Nations Women. And it just speaks to the power of the beautiful knowledge and wisdom that we as Indigenous women hold in relation to the water. I know in my culture, women are named after some property of water, and we're the knowledge holders of water. We give birth to our babies in water, and we've heard this said in many nations. And there's just one more picture, and then I'll leave it. We've got lots of beautiful pictures, but I want to show you a funny one. So the Wild Salmon Caravan, we would have parades, and so we would curate art build workshops throughout the whole year, and artists from all different cultures would create costumes and floats. And this one here was speaking to, in protest to the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and speaking to the diluted, the fear of the diluted bitumen spilling into our beautiful riverways. And so this one was called Make Love, Not War on Water, because bonobos, who this clown is dressed up as, is known for wanting to make love, as opposed to its cousin, who is known to want to be at war, the chimpanzee. So anyways, yeah, I'll leave it on that, because I could show you a lot more, but just a little taste. Oh, no, sorry, there's one more I do want to show, because it's our one and only Mika Morgan. There's Mika, one of the mermaids on a mermaid float. This was downtown Vancouver on Granville Street. So yeah, so that's the Wild Salmon Caravan. So keep on celebrating the spirit. Cook's Jam.
Beautiful. Thank you so, so much, Dawn. That was a wonderful, wonderful share. I'm honored to sit with you. I would like to ask Takaya to come back on to share a message from my home community. It's something I was going to speak to anyways. So Takaya, if you could share Jade's message, please.
Hi. So the message that I received, it's a pretty short update, but she just wanted me to speak on. Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll stay on while I'm reading the message. So she said that the Inclacatmo gathered today to discuss Transportation Safety Board's flawed report that was released last week. And at that rally, there was an ask that the train not run for 4 hours. An hour into the event, adjacent to the tracks, a train ran through. Inclacatmo and Lytton community members stepped onto the tracks. The people involved are people who lost their homes in the Lytton Creek fire. And then she says the release of the Transportation Safety Board report manipulates media into believing the train is cleared of responsibility when the report only concludes that they found no evidence linking the train among other flaws. And an elder at the gathering states that the TSB report and accountability process is like having the wolf guard the sheep. And that's all. And I'll let others share more.
Thank you, Takaya. So my home is Tlecumchin, otherwise known as Lytton, BC. My people are grieving big time right now. The land is hurting. And as someone who's been away from my home territory for a good portion of my life, there's this interesting pull, internal pull that's been happening. I know that I have been granted a lot of mentorship in the communities that I've been raised in. I've been brought under the wings of some incredible, incredible knowledge keepers. So in my own process of grieving for my people, I have been working on what is my own theory of change. How do I help not just the people of the territories that I live on, but also my home communities? And Dawn, I really appreciated your reference to metaphors. I'm a visual person. I see things in a different way. I'm a storyteller and an artist, so I'm learning how to speak the things in the ways that I'm seeing them. Part of this journey for me has been learning how to create a good relationship with fire, once again, because it destroyed my community. But it destroyed the community from the capitalist systems that we are suppressed under. We knew how to have a good relationship with fire. So part of my journey has been using the metaphors of building a good relationship with fire and changing the narratives, changing the systems, the structures, the world that we live in for the next 7 generations. So I'm going to share a little bit of that with you today. In order to transition the leading cause of death for Indigenous peoples from what is currently suicide and self-harm to old age, while healing the harms of colonization and capitalism on our lands and waters, we step into our inherent role to take action now for the sake of all people and the planet. We return to land-based ways of knowing and being while co-creating safe spaces and providing the tools for individual and collective healing, well-being, and empowerment. Healing people heals the planet, and we commit our work to the next 7 generations. Our current realities are the forest fire aftermath due to our unbalanced relationships with the earth from colonization and capitalism. The ash and dust represent the doctrine of discovery, terra nullius, colonization, capitalism, an oppressive and racist system, erased histories, and genocide. We know that in order to plant new, healthy seeds among this burnt reality, we must establish a respectful relationship with the elements once again. Fire represents our offering and responsibility to the next 7 generations. Earth represents the environment we create internally for ourselves and externally in community. Water represents how we nurture, move, and respond. Air represents how we uplift, surround, and breathe life into each living relative. Prior to the start of the journey, for my people anyways, are the pictographs of the journey. These represent the story, the teachings, the history, and responsibilities that we speak about so that we are aligning our path with the ways of our ancestors. In ancestral times, those who were gifted fire knew how to speak to it, care for it, nurture it, so it would sustain their community. They knew it was their responsibility to transport that gift to other villages, so they would transport the embers with care. How we plant our seeds is the co-creation of the environment they need to grow from. Each seed we plant represents the people and planet we impact, and each seed contains its own internal wellness basket of identity. For those who were in my workshop earlier, we went through this in a visualization. The internal wellness basket is a woven pattern with strands that represent identity, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual well-being, family, clan, house, ancestry, community, nation, ceremonies, language and traditions, the natural world and our connection to it, surrounding nations, all living relatives. The process of weaving these internal wellness baskets is holistic, it's lifelong, experiential, in-depth, and hands-on. It's rooted in language and culture, spiritually oriented, a communal activity, and we must walk in 2 worlds with ancient teachings and modern techniques. The first stage of our offering when we are bringing ourselves and our gifts to the world is our embers. It's centered in localized Indigenous knowledge. Right now, it needs to be centered in suicide prevention as well, and specifically in the work I do with Indigenous youth. Movement. How are we moving our bodies? How are we returning our bodies to the land? And storytelling. We are all natural storytellers. This provides a short-term impact. Otherwise, our little sprout, we see just the little leaves starting to pop up and the roots beginning to move down into the earth. We work to create understanding and exploration of physical, mental, emotional, spiritual healing and well-being. We establish skills and toolkits for self-regulation, generational healing, creating our own safe spaces and sustainability. We are fostering an environment for self-determination and understanding our place and purpose in the world. The second stage of our offering, when we can begin to expand it a little bit further, this is the spark. This is the moment where we start to see little sparks from the embers, and we know that it's going to become a big, beautiful flame. This is the follow-up. This is the ongoing support. This is training opportunities. This is an ecosystem, all centered in decolonized well-being practices and empowering people to step into their own gifts. The medium-term impact from that, from just that little spark, is our sapling. We see it beginning to become a little bit more of a tree. In this stage, we understand that we are directly contributing to the Indigenomics $100 billion Indigenous economy, creating a generation of self-determination, employment and self-employment skills, designing and upholding safe spaces to connect in person and virtually, addressing accessibility in all areas and opportunity, while maintaining a supportive, nurturing environment and mentorship for all the generations. For me, my focus is on our youth. How do I continue to create mentorship and a nurturing environment for our youth and their communities? The third stage of our offering is the flame. This is a network without borders of storytellers and land-based wellness change makers who are empowered in their cultures and identities as Indigenous peoples, and whoever they choose to be, however they choose to walk this earth. When we empower them to listen and to follow their own spark, it naturally gives back to the community and the planet in a good way. This is an ecosystem of grounded and empowered generations, making waves and changes within their own communities while nurturing their spirits through well-being practices and connection. This is a reciprocal community of support and alignment, healing people and the planet. The long-term impact we are aiming for is our tree. Each tree has the natural knowing to plant its own seeds and live in reciprocity with the world around it. We see generations of seed planters, empowered youth, empowered elders, empowered communities, Indigenous peoples sharing Indigenous stories, Indigenous peoples leading the way in healing practices for the world, economic reconciliation, healthy people, healthy land, because we know that healthy people equals healthy land and healthy land equals healthy people. We see generational healing, an abundance of resources and support for the next generations, cycle breakers, and a transition from suicide and self-harm to old age as the leading cause of death for Indigenous peoples. This is my visioning work. This is how I have chosen to heal from colonial and capitalist harm, is imagining a new world that is rooted in the natural laws of the land. Cooksjam, thank you so much.
Chimigwech, Ecko. My brain is on fire right now. I appreciate all of you and your sharing and your wisdom and insights. And I'm just thinking so many thoughts about, and this is like, these are conversations that I feel very grateful to be in on a regular basis. And I just continue to learn so much. You know, I was thinking when I was preparing this morning for the talk earlier, I was thinking about unceded lands. Like I was thinking, what are we really talking about when we speak of this? Because we're using English to talk about this stuff, you know, and it's limited. But in English, to seed something, as we know, means to relinquish power. And then I was thinking about the land, and, you know, we are the land. And when we talk about the land, we're not talking about it separate from us, separate from each other, separate from the water and from creation and the air and the fire. That's when we're at home being an Anishinaabe, but I believe this to be something that many of us share. This is like we're taught when we speak of the land, we are talking about something whole, not just a piece of property. And we're talking about ourselves. We're talking about our ancestors. We're talking about our relatives, you know, winged ones and hoofed ones and the insects and all, you know, all of this whole space. And you know, and I thought, when we talk about power, it's so easy to go to these colonial thoughts of power. And, you know, I really appreciated the reflections that you shared about this earlier, because this was really like swirling around in my mind, you know. And for us, power is about responsibility. And James, you talked about that. I think Graham mentioned it as well. And we are still standing in our responsibility to that land and water. And, you know, power is about accountability. And, you know, someone today was talking about how we are still accountable to our kin, how we can't just go about doing whatever we want in the way that somebody who is not accountable and connected to their family in this really profound way might do. So we're still standing in that power of accountability. And, you know, power is love and, you know, the care that we have for each other in our land and our communities, this like fierce and courageous love. And, you know, power is about courage, and power is about language, which we continue to lift up and fight for. And power is about ceremony, and we continue to light these fires. And, you know, and power is about art and music and the sacredness of those spaces, our storytellers. And we are still making so much noise. And it's like, yes, it's true. When we talk about unceded land, we are speaking about the state of our nations, I think. And, you know, and it's not just where treaties weren't signed. Treaties weren't a ceding of power in the truest respect. Even in a political respect, you know, at the time that many of the treaties were signed, there were more Anishinaabes, there were more Indig crew here than there were settlers. We didn't come to those conversations just under duress. Many of the treaties were signed in a spirit of like sharing and generosity because we had guests in our home and we wanted to create, you know, we wanted to behave in a way that was congruent with our teachings. And, you know, so the treaties were not, like the vision of those treaties was not intended to lead us to where we are now. And it was not a ceding of power. And, you know, I think about our sovereignty and I spend a lot of time meditating on like our narrative sovereignty, our spiritual sovereignty, our political sovereignty. And somebody said to me recently, like, sovereignty isn't the thing. Because again, we were stuck in this like colonial language space, because sovereignty is like, it's a really hierarchical thing. It's like this supreme power concept in like a colonial context. And it has to do with like a lording over. And of course, that was never our relationship with creation and each other. And so I'm trying to like find new words to talk about things, or at least be like aware of the words that I'm using and how they may not serve us, because, you know, words are magic in a very real way. And they define the edges of things for us and inside of our own minds, you know. And so I just thank you for inspiring me so much in my thinking on this. You know, and I hope that as we move forward and we think about Indigenous title, we think about what it means for our lands to be unceded, when we think about ourselves as sovereign nations, which we are, that we are also being mindful to not take on the colonial law into our own belief structures. We are using the master's tools here. And I think that, you know, somebody said that the government spends more money fighting us in court than it spends in providing essential services. And there's a real investment in us putting our focus and attention there. And we need to, and I really honor all of those people who have learned the language in a way that allows us to fight the fight where we need to. But I also hope that deeply that as we are using those tools that are not from our community, they're not based in the values of who we are, they're not the tools our ancestors gave us, that we're not putting them into our own selves, you know, like we, you know, aren't seeking to own the land. We aren't seeking to control the resources. We aren't seeking supreme authority. We're seeking the right to hold up our responsibilities and to be who we are on this land base, in this beautiful, beautiful place. We're seeking to protect her. And I worry sometimes that because the fight is so constant and unrelenting, that we don't always have the support we need, and we're operating like not in this moment where I get to hear all of you and see you and be in this space and know that I'm not alone. I think sometimes our land protectors and our knowledge keepers feel alone out there. And so I just want to send love out to all of those people on the front lines who are standing up on the tracks today for all of us, for our beautiful First Mother, and for our identities and ways of knowing and being to be something that we won't have to fight for forever. In Anishinaabe, I asked one of the aunties recently, how do you say freedom in Anishinaabe in our language? And she looked at me and she was like, there's no word for freedom. We didn't need a word for freedom. It just was. And so I've been thinking about that a lot. And I went down the rabbit hole and asked what the word for power was. And the word for power is Manadu, it's spirit. So yeah, thank you all for your sharing. And I really appreciate this conversation. It's like nourishment for me.
Great. I'll invite Willie Thrasher on.
Yeah, yes, it's such an honor being here, being part of this beautiful program. And I remember our land many, many years ago, and our land used to look like this a long time ago. We have our igloo, we have our dancers, and I remember when I was a child of how beautiful to hear the Arctic wolves in the great Northland, to see the beautiful northern lights in the sky. And I seen the very sad eyes of our elders, like when I was wailing with my dad and mom. I seen my grandfather's eyes of the great changes that he's seen in our people. I remember my dad and mom used to tell me that when our people live off the land, we lived at the coldest part of the earth. We built our igloos, we went after caribous, we went after belugas, and the elders always taught the young was how to live and survive off the land, you know. And our life was so powerful and so beautiful. And the songs of our elders, you know, gave us strength inside. And I remember, like when we have our Inabalui drum dancers, I never seen our elders so proud to see the young ones dancing and to keep our traditional ways alive. And I remember when I was 5 years old, all this was taken away from me. And my mom was holding my hands and taking me to the residential school. And I only spoke my language. I spoke Inuktitut to my mother. I was only 5 years old, and my mom and I were speaking our own traditional language. And I remember the greatest turning point of my life when my mom handed me over to the residential school. I seen a gray nun at the door, and it took my hands, and that was the greatest change of my life. I never been hurt so much. The first thing they did was they cut the hair right out of my head. Every time I spoke my language, I got strapped. I could stand in a corner, and I was I was put there as the low of the low, and they treat me as though I wasn't even a human being. And I cried for my mom, I cried for my dad, my brothers and sisters, and I cried for the land, which we're talking about. I cried for the beauty of the land where I used to see thousands of caribous as a child. I used to see the Inuit hunters heading out to the Beaufort Sea, looking for seals and whales and coming back and speaking our language. And we were never hungry. We always shared what we got. We were always together. And as soon as they put me to that residential school, everything was changed. My whole life was like totally destroyed. My language. I couldn't see my brothers. I couldn't see my sister. I couldn't see my mom and dad for 10 months out of the year. And it was the greatest turning point of my life. And it took Willie Thrasher, really hard to fight back for what I really believe in. And when I heard singers like Buffett St. Marie, and I hear singers like Shannon Two Feathers, like Willie Dunn, Morley Loon, and Shannon Two Feathers, and a lot of other native singers that I met when I was young, has taught me how to be strong inside and how to write music, and that's how I became an Inuit songwriter. I started writing songs, that I never lived. I never lived in the igloo before. I never spoke my language before. I never lived off the land before. And I started writing songs about things that I miss so much. And some of the songs touch me so much that sometimes tears come out of my eyes, because it was totally taken away from me. And that's why today, like when I travel across the land, I talk about like how we used to live off the land. I talk about how my grandfather used to, show my dad how to hunt for polar bears and seals, and how to build igloos and speak our language and dance. And ever since I was in that residential school, it was totally taken away from me when I was 5. And when I turned 16 years old, I remember an old man came up to me and said, "Why don't you write songs about your culture? Why don't you write songs about your traditional ways?" And I didn't know nothing about our traditional ways. I had to learn the songs, the stories of how we used to live a long time ago. And it was the elders that were quiet. It was my mom, my dad used to tell me a little part of the stories once in a while, but they weren't allowed to teach our traditional ways. It was against the law of the Catholic Church. He said, if we talk our language, we'll go straight to hell. It was totally taken away from us so strongly. But today I'm glad that I am traveling across Canada, doing music, telling stories and legends, and learning from other performers, and talking about our land and our people. And I'm really thankful to Mika and all of you folks that gave me a chance to speak about our traditional ways of how we used to live a long time ago. And I still see the eyes of our ancestors. I still see the beautiful land, the great barren land, of how the Inuits go out in the Beaufort Sea, and our stories and our legends. And I'm very, very, very grateful of my dad and mom for teaching me a little part of what they know, because the missionaries took so much away from them. When they take it away from my mom and dad, they took it away from me too. And so right now I'm honored to be part of the Aboriginal songwriting, that I go across Canada. I meet other performers, and I'm still working on the new album right now. And it's really hard to talk today about the land that was taken away from me, because I get lonely from my dad, my mom, my ancestors, our traditional ways, our land. So I'm glad that this was all brought out to me. So thank you very much.
And I'm Linda, and I love the land, but I wish that we could start getting together and taking more care of her, because after the really bad heat wave, you know, that killed a lot of our fish. I don't hardly see animals anymore like I once did. And, you know, I blame the government for all this, because it's all the higher ups that are taking everything away from us, our rights to our life that we were given to be able to eat good food, eat fresh fish. But today the oceans are so polluted, and it's just, it's like people don't care today. They just let it be washed under. But now we need to start taking the stand. Going to happen overnight, but if we could all get together and start sharing our wisdoms and saying, hey, look, we need to stand for each and every one of us and not let these big wigs take over, that's when we can start making a change and teaching our kids to always make sure that they take care of the earth, and so that we can have fresh water and beautiful air to breathe, and not all these places that are so polluted with toxins. And that's what's killing our environment. When they introduced all the planes, trains, and automobiles that we really didn't need as much as we have today, and we would have listened, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I think now we really need to start speaking out and letting the government know that we're going to take stand, and we are not going to let these pipelines and all these things that they want to wreak havoc on, because if they do, we won't have nothing to live for in our next generations, for our children to have a safe and beautiful world that we had 20, 50, 60 years ago. Today, if we don't stand up now, they're not going to have what we had. So I'm speaking for my children so that they can have a better, safer place to live and be healthy, and not let our big high mucky mucks and corporations take over. So, with that, I just want to thank Mika and all the panels that let me be involved with this, to just try and work together and be much better at loving one another and try and get through this pandemic's put a lot of havoc on everybody. But if we can work together, we'll get through this, and we can start working on Mother Earth and repairing her. So I want to thank everyone. Aishka.
And another thing too, I'd like to thank the songwriters, the storytellers that are on the road constantly. And I'd like to thank people like Mika and people who put Aboriginal stories and legends across Canada and show them to the world of who we are. And our elders told us once that our people will always be strong. We share it through our music. Our musicians, our storytellers are on the road constantly fighting for the earth. I thank them too. And I thank the elders for teaching me of how to take care of myself spiritually, mentally, and try to be strong inside. And I really miss living off the land. I really miss our traditional ways, but I do it through music, and I learned so many things from other musicians. So I'd like to thank Mika from the bottom of my heart for letting us be part of this program of sharing our legend and our stories of our people. And other musicians, be strong. Our ancestors will always be with us.
Oh, Chimigwaj, Linda, and Willie. We have a good 20 minutes left, and so it's an opportunity for the knowledge keepers to share and reflect on what was shared. And we also have a number of invited guests that we have honored through honoraria to participate. So they're also within the meeting with us, apart from our live streaming crew. So if there's any questions that you might want to be asking anybody, feel free to put them in the chat. We'll be sure to see them. And yeah, does anybody have any comments they'd like to share? We'll just kick it off. It'll be like we're sitting around our virtual kitchen table. come off of mute and put your video on.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I have a question or a comment. As an organizer, you know, I've appreciated over the years, well, I've worked with Takaya. She's brought her beautiful singing, her voice to different Wild Salmon Caravan events and protests. And I've worked with Mika, who's brought the Malaman Collective to some of our Wild Salmon Caravan events. I spoke at the Salmon Arm Roots and Blues Festival one year. I actually read the entire chapter in the book River of Salmon Peoples, and Shoshona and Digging Roots backed me up. It was the first time I've ever just spoken with music backing me up. It was really beautiful. And I've also done that with at the Coxila Decolonizing Festival. Curtis Clear Sky and the Constellations backed me up there. So I guess when I think about, you know, the arts and the culture and engaging people in the movement, in the work that's a lot of the work that's needed to transform the world. And I think about practical things like communications and linking up, like, you know, I realize that spiritually we are all connected, whether or not we see each other in person or not. I think technology plays some role, but even without technology, I think we're all connected spiritually in our work. But I often wonder about, you know, the pressure it's going to take to really push the technocrats, because they're not governments anymore, they're technocrats. It's not democracy, it's technocracy. Technology rules the world. They're in collusion with the government, even with the courts, the police, everybody. Police, you know, it's so really to push for what we're going to really need to do on a practical level is like, I think about communications and linking up, like, how do we really link up our respective work within? We know that focusing in our own territories and trying to even just stop the destruction that's happening there, but also we live in a translocal reality, like a global reality. So I guess those are really big questions, but maybe it's just something practical around communication platforms, or is that maybe happening in places that I don't know about, or yeah, can we link up strategies, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dawn, I agree with you. I was getting visions of people, Indigenous people, inviting people who want to learn how to steward the lands, protect the lands, and be on the lands, and show them the riches and the value, and that just by being on the land, it's so important that we just go into the bush and make a camp. It's so simple. And then we invite our allies and supporters to learn our ways, because we've learned their ways, and that hurts, and it's time for them, and they want to learn. And another thing is, I've always dreamt of a don't pay your taxes protest, because people can't go to the front lines often. But if it was well enough organized, we could just stop paying taxes, like straight across the board. And you're right, it's like, how do we get so mobilized and organized that we can all do these things at the same time? And that's where the technology might aid us a bit, so that negative force that's technology could also, sometimes our hardest medicines are our hardest lessons, and our biggest medicines are our hardest lessons. So thank you for bringing that up. And just, I feel like each and every Indigenous peoples out there, our nations, as we come together, it's like so inspiring. It's so inspiring that it's like people were saying, it's in our DNA to function that way, is who we are. It's like a memory. And when we're standing in that, on those lands and with our brothers and sisters, it's that healing that happens for everyone, for our planet. And I know your urgency because it's dire that we do something mega. And it's time because it's like we're standing on that precipice. And they have no problem. They've proven to us they have no problem just taking us out like that. And so we are going to have to somehow resist in some powerful way that is loving but strong and firm. And I pray for this. I pray that each and every one of you support the next future leaders, because we don't know who those are, but these people will come and they are here. We just need to start to really love each other and support each other, follow our instincts and trust the instincts of others. Thank you for being here, everyone. You're beautiful. I adore you all so much. I cry, I laugh, everything with you all. I celebrate the beauty that is our beautiful human existence that we get to be a part of. So thank you for your prayers. Let's see.
What else?
I just want to say, like, send big shout outs to the artists that we heard today.
Yeah.
I loved that. It was so awesome and good medicine over here. And I was introduced to some new music, and so I can fan out over some new folks in the community. And Graham and James, that was super rad, and I loved it so much, and it was so fun. And so I look forward to seeing you guys out there somewhere and on the road when we're all back to traveling as normal again. And, you know, I think that sometimes we plan to that we need to be doing these things, and just recognizing that we're doing them right now. This work feeds into the next work and the next work after that, and all the good work that's come before. And I'm very interested in building strategies together. And I think that this is what makes that possible. And, you know, I'm also really interested in, you know, how artists can work together to use their platforms and their powerful voices. And I think sometimes we're up against these huge media machines and all of this, you know, anti-truth. And then we have these truth tellers, these powerful truth tellers out there traveling the world. And maybe it would make sense for us to choose some things to work on together that is the perfect intersection of the things we care about. And then we all just go out there and we just work hard on making sure that the message gets to the people together. Because that's what those big political PR machines are doing all of the time, you know. And we've got our own moccasin telegraph, and we've got our own, you know, just the music everyone is making is so powerful. It's changing the world. And the thing is that these changes are so big that we likely won't see them in our lifetime. We do it for generations to come, you know. And I'm a really impatient person. So sometimes I wish I could see it all right now. But, you know, I know that the work is what's needed. I know that you all are doing that beautiful, good work for those yet to come. But yeah, anyone who wants to talk strategy, I'm in. Hit me up.
Right on.
Who's up?
I would just like to briefly share in regards to working together and moving forward. Yeah, just something that's heavy on my heart right now is the blockade of the tracks happening right as we're having this conversation. Inklakatmuk people and residents of Lytton who were displaced due to the Lytton Creek fire, saying enough is enough and blockading those train tracks. I really send my love and prayers to the confluence there, those rivers. I've heard from Inklakatmuk people that it's regarded as like the center of the universe. Acknowledging that place, acknowledging that land. As a Tla'amin person who has been honored to be a guest there, I take that relationship very seriously. And, you know, beyond this conversation, I am deeply committed to standing with your people and with all of your people to generate justice as a co-Salish person, standing with, you know, interior Salish territories. And we live in a really interesting time right now. The pandemic has changed the ways that we that we move and that we resist. It's not as easy now to call people together in large numbers. But I think that there is, you know, like a larger shift in our movement beyond reactionary action, I guess, and coming together and strategizing and identifying our true enemy and just, you know, cutting off the head of the enemy. And to do that and to call upon these ancestral relationships, reawaken them, that is something that I am deeply committed to. So I stand with Inklakatmuk people, with all of your ancestors, of, you know, each and every individual who's been present in this conversation. And I am always available for each and every one of you if you want to reach out and talk more about about how we can get our land back and build our power up. But just acknowledging the confluence.
Awesome. Okay, so we have 10 minutes left. I am going to invite that same circle to just give a quick couple sentences, a 1 minute share, just a final reflection, what you're leaving us with. We're coming down to the final hours of our confluence. So please, Sabina, Takaya, James, Graham, Don, Ecko, Shoshona, and Willie, please, 1 minute.
I just want to, Thank you. We love you. Thank you, beautiful warriors. each and every one of you, that peaceful warrior energy, that strength. We blow it on each other's ember to awaken that flame. Thank you for all the words, each and every one of you. Okay, say everything good for you.
Great. Takaya, final reflection.
Chacha Fanabich. I honor each and every single person who's been a part of this conversation. And yeah, I feel like I shared my my reflections last time that I spoke up, but yeah, sending strength to everyone and the enormous work that you all are doing for our collective futures. Yeah, and I'll pass this along.
How to all you living and breathing supernaturals, that it's such an honor to witness your existence, and kind of walk alongside in this generation with you. And I'm so happy to uphold our ancient allyships that we have amongst our people and our nations, and kind of hold your hand proverbially, I guess, here. And very excited to have a freer travel on the lands and Turtle Islands to come and help support all these causes in person, help stand on the lines with you. And just like, I hope that if things go down here again in Haida Gwaii, that we can ask on your support. So Hawa for having us, and Hawa for listening, everyone here, and Hawa for allowing me to witness.
Yeah, just an incredible and exceptionally powerful group of people here. I just wish that we had more time to spend a whole weekend together here in person. That'd be absolutely amazing. So yeah, anyone wants to visit, I have a lovely house in Haida Gwaii. Come visit. Love to spend some time. Send me a note. Yeah, this is such a beautiful group of people. So I feel really, I just feel really grateful and honored to be spending time with you here. So, Hawa.
Yeah, and I would like to extend an invite to the Wild Salmon Caravan, the 7th annual Wild Salmon Caravan. We were going to host it at Strathcona Park in East Vancouver, where we're doing a residency and proposing to decolonize that land and restore Indigenous food lands in that park. Just developing that partnership with the Vancouver Parks Board, and just got a research grant approved to conceive of the concept of Indigenous food land conservation areas. And so the next Wild Salmon Caravan will do ceremony to give back to the cedar and the land that once was on that land, and do have a forum on how do we center Indigenous grandmother's law in that work to restore Indigenous food land, to dismantle the heteropatriarchy that asserts full control with no soul over our lands and waters. So we hope you'll join us. We'll be doing that in the spring. I'm also looking at an event at my home territory in Shikwatmaguluq at the Huwelkuch Garden and Shikwatma Foodland Conservation Area that we're conceiving of there, and proposing, just engaging the elders and oral historians and Indigenous law experts, and looking at what that concept would look like scaling that out in the movement with different people doing conservation and land trusts and such. So I hope you can join us. Stay tuned. I guess I'll link up through Mika with all of you, and if that's a strategy way to link up, because it would be great to see you all there. Kuksjam, Selton, all my relations.
Beautiful. Sister Sabina started us off in such a beautiful way with this conversation and a poem. I'm feeling called to bring it full circle, offering my art and way of communicating with the world with a short spoken word piece. Stand with me, grandmothers. I need you today. Stand with me, grandfathers. I need your strength. I feed from the deep abrasions ingrained in my DNA. I sleep and dream of a time I can't place, a place I know existed because the vivid vision twists in my mind. Home. Take me home. Take me to the place where we breathe the same frequency in harmony with land and water. Embrace the energy in existence instead of a profit margin at the expense of a home we were gifted. Take me to the time of giant cedar trees, reciprocal relationship with earth and sea, communication and technology are advanced and in harmony with the natural flow as the world should be. Feed me the nourishments of a traditional diet. Fuel the fire to my soul as I hold ancient teachings beyond the physical being. Teach my tongue to grasp the words I know existed. Feel my feet in the forest bare and free as my heart and mind should be. The ancestral language of the land flows in tune with my hands as they weave ancient secrets left in pockets of culture, saved for the emergence and resurgence of our people. Guide me, grandmothers and grandfathers, for I am lost without you. Kuksjam, it's been such an honor to sit with each one of you. What a brilliant panel. Thank you.
Chimigwech, I feel full, and I think all of you are brilliant, and you've made my world better today. I want to say a special Chimigwech to our grandmother here, Bernice, who started this day in such a good way, and I felt the holding of that space throughout the day here, and just really want to honor the gifts you brought to us here, Chimigwech. And I want to say thank you to Mika and team. Lindsay, I know you're back there, and all of you who worked so hard to make these powerful conversations and, experiences and music be heard. Yeah, it's really incredible. And I hope that you rest easy tonight after knowing you've done really important, powerful work for the people. I will wish that for you. And I just want to say, Chimigwech, I had a very hard week, and I wasn't sure how quickly I could bounce, but I'm feeling like I'm okay. And you all have been a part of helping me just clear a path for what's next. So Chimigwech, thank you so much. Nakanagana.
Awesome, Chimigwech. I know I can see Linda and Willie Thrasher, and he's all prepped and primed. He's got his guitar there, just waiting for him to come off of mute. And I think he's ready to sing a little ditty.
Yeah, we'd like to thank Mika and everyone that spoke today. And we know that Mother Earth needs us very much. And I'd like to dedicate this song to all of you, and it's called Sacred Fire. And it goes like this here. Rise up in the morning, the sun spirit hit your eyes. There is something happening. The ego can feel it in the sky. The world's got no healing. There's too
much power's everywhere. It's time for all nations to get together and show Mother Earth that we care. Let's dance for the mountains and the rivers and the trees. Let's dance for the oceans, the valleys and the sea. Ayana, ayana, ayana. Ayana, ayana, ayana. Hey, ya, hey. Hey, ya, hey. The cigarette fireplace is burning. You can feel it in the song. It's time to stop war, hate, and hunger, and bring peace back to where it belongs. Here's to all the musicians and everyone that makes this program possible. Let's dance for the mountains and the rivers and the trees. Let's dance for the ocean, the valleys and the sea. Ayana, ayana, ayana. Ayana, ayana, ayana. Hey, ya, hey. Hey, ya, hey. To all of you, may the Great Spirit be with you always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernice, for your beautiful prayer this morning to start the day off. It made my day so good. So thank you so much. And all to everyone that was on the panel, may you have a safe journey wherever you go. Thank you.
It couldn't have been better said. Chimigwech, thank you to all of our knowledge keepers. I really want to thank you for participating in our unceded panel here on lands, unceded lands. We are going into our final workshop. So if you guys want to log on to Facebook and share the stream, we've got a little drop in our numbers this afternoon. So maybe if we're sharing it out on our social media, we'll get a few more people, because this is last but not least, and before Lila Gilday's showcase as well. So we want to keep going. We still got a couple more hours. I'm going to quickly introduce our next workshop. So this by Ms.PAN, it's going to be integration, fertile ground, and reclaiming self. So join Ms.PAN in a workshop about how her art form is an expression of reclaiming self and her matrilineal role as wisdom keeper and matriarch. We will explore the relationship between song, soundscapes, and landscapes, and how ancestral wisdoms of the land have been preserved through song. Next, we will explore how our music, art, and expression is healing and a direct link to the preservation of our histories and identities as Indigenous peoples. So, can I ask Ms.PAN to join us?
Hello. Is this working? Is it on? Can everybody hear me?
It is on, but you're sideways.
I'm sideways. Oh, dang it.
Yes. Can you
turn okay?
your camera?
Can I be sideways?
Or Is that intentionally meant to be?
No, I don't think my phone will allow me to not be sideways. How do I do that? God dang it, I'm not that techie.
So you can't turn your phone, or is it gonna?
I just don't have a proper, I guess I can.
Oh, there we go.
Phone, but I have a fancy stand for it. And it doesn't fit the other way around. Here I was all like in landscape mode, which is funny because we're talking about land and stuff like that. So, hello everyone. Gasingo dang irang, how are you? My name is Ms.PAN. Kinduas is my Haida name. I'm from Skidegit. That's where I grew up. I come from the Joth people and I'm part of the Kayaflanis clan. I am here and excited, and I thought, how am I going to lead a discussion on all of these topics that I feel really so much in my heart and in my art and what I try to do, and bring you on this journey with me for the next 55 minutes or so, and engage you on these topics. And so I have a bunch of notes because I'm a bit of a geek. And so I want to acknowledge first and thank everybody for participating. I've been kind of hiding out, but I have been watching the streams in my own time, and I'm so grateful. And I'm always so grateful for these type of gatherings with Indigenous people, because I find myself walking in this world thinking, what the hell is going on? Like, what are these people and why, what's going on in this world? Because it makes me feel like I'm crazy. I literally deal with my mental health on a regular basis. Ever since I've left home in Haida Gwaii, just trying to figure out how the hell to even be myself in this society and culture. And it's really, really difficult, especially because I come packaged with the genetics that kind of whitewash over my roots as a Haida woman, my connection to my people, and how society kind of just views Indigenous people in a certain light and what we look like. And so it's nice to come together when we have these huge groups of Indigenous people who come together and say that we come in all shapes, colors, packages, sizes, and we're all when we come together, there's something about the relationships between us that is so incredibly moving, the energy of those spaces. And I want to thank Shoshona, actually, because before COVID hit, I did everything I could to scrape together enough funding to go to New Orleans to be part of the International Indigenous Music Summit. And that was such an incredibly healing space for me as an artist, because I actually am losing my mind in this colonial arts industry as well. I've had lots of really bizarre experiences as an Indigenous woman who looks like in these institutional frameworks that kind of see me as like, oh, you're the lightest skinned Indigenous person we know, or the only one. So I always get included in these things, and I'm like, oh, these are terrifying. So I want to acknowledge that we're all like being hugely impacted by COVID and the restriction of the ability to actually connect with one another, which has been really hard on me socially, because I literally live in, I'll show you, this is my little space. I live on Colquitt territory in Tofino, and I literally live in like 80 square feet of living space because there's a housing crisis here, which is hard on me to see because of the Huron Colquitt territory. It's been so colonized and taken over, and there's such a weird displacement and segregation of the Nuu-chah-nulth people from their lands and territories. It's really impacted me ever since I've lived here. And I talk about it a lot in my work and my role as an activist and just as a human in this community, because coming from Haida Gwaii, where we're so much more integrated. So I just want to acknowledge that it's crazy. And COVID has all of these social implications including like loss of autonomy over our own bodies and like restricting our ability to work right now. I'm kind of like in this limbo of like, how do I navigate this as an artist who's already rurally, and like I live rurally, I'm isolated, and usually I'm okay with that, but it's been a long time to be in these 80 square feet. So I'm dealing with that in my own way and really trying to just like dig in to deeper parts of myself as I work through all of the traumas that have come up because of this disconnect. Because I feel like that roots even deeper into the trauma of my people in Haida Gwaii and my own upbringing and all of those types of things. And then there's like this aspect of resistance as well, you know, like we were out on the land and gathering together and coming together, and that's been totally broken up by this socioeconomic and the pandemic. So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with on a regular basis. Now, I also like wanted just to acknowledge that, you know, it's really difficult to walk in this world like outside of Indigenous communities and engage with like settler colonial communities, because I can't really necessarily, or I wasn't always able to just be who I am, and I always felt uncomfortable with that fact. And since I've grown into my art and who I am and done my own healing work, I feel so much healthier, and when I acknowledge exactly who I am and where I come from, and I feel proud of those teachings that survived through our communities and whatnot. So I really want to acknowledge that as well. And so when I was a young youth in Haida Gwaii, a little blonde-haired, green-eyed Haida running around, one of the most healing things that ever happened to me as a young person was when I was able to work with Parks Canada and go out on the land when I was young. So I got to spend a lot of time out in all of these really beautiful places down in what's called Guayhanes National Park Reserve, and seeing parts of our lands and territories that even a lot of people my age never got to experience. And it really fundamentally changed me as a human being forever, to be out on the land in those ways, connecting with those spaces. And I knew that I was connected to ancestors by actually being in those sacred spaces, in our old village sites, seeing the housing pits, going to these ancient places, like, you know, and being in these spaces where ancestors sit, and there was actually moss on the ground still that people had gathered centuries ago, and fire pits where ancestors sat around, and I could just feel them. Sorry, I'm getting emotional about it, but you got to be real, right? Got to be authentic, and that's part of the healing. So like there's a big disconnect just leaving Haida Gwaii to try and pursue and figure out who I am and do my healing work. And so this connection to the land in my youth is so foundational to who I am and my art. And it actually led me to where I'm here now, on Cloquet territory, because I pursued being a wilderness guide in my 20s. And I came out here actually to become a kayak guide. That's how much I love being outside. It's my favorite thing. It's my healing space. And so I actually came to Cloquet territory to learn how to guide kayaks and take people out on the land. That was like my first passion in life, was to actually take people out onto the land, because it had so much meaning to me. And actually being out here in Cloquet territory led me to pursue my passion as an art, which I've always, which was maybe my first love, to be honest. Nobody really supported me in that. I have to be perfectly honest. In my community, nobody really recognized little crazy Ms.PAN, which is a nickname from my aunt, called me Panic Danik when I was a kid. My last name is Danik. And And that wasn't really supported. They're like artists, musician, like you can be a singer girl, don't quit your day job. But you know what? It's actually one of the most important decisions I've ever made in my life was to pursue my art. And also because of my love for the land and the connection to the land, I became an activist later in life. So I'm telling you a lot of things about myself, but I figure, let's get to know each other, right? And that also connects into, my music and my art and my activism. It's all in my music. All these knowledge and wisdom and these really deep parts of my values and who I am as a human being is in the music that I create. So, yeah, what else? I talked about the fact that I struggled in these colonial cultures. Yeah, mental health. That's a huge thing for me right now. I've been struggling. I've been so disconnected. Here, I live in this peaceful isolation most of the time, but I get to interact freely with the world on my own terms. And I haven't been able to do that lately. So it's been really hard on me. And I feel like people's mental health is like walking the edge of the knife lately. And so I just want to acknowledge how important self-care is and how much the land plays a role in my self-care. I struggle really hard to be in this community, but the land, being on Nuu-chah-nulth territory, has been one of the most beautiful things for my spirit ever. Like, I love this place so much, and it's so hard to be here. I have no space, but I try to make it work as best as I can. I'm just trying to cope in whatever healthy way that I can. And a lot of that is having to go to those dark spaces. So that's why I wanted to talk about integration, fertile ground, and reclaiming self, because, and here I have some notes. So I want to talk about integration and how integration to me is a word that can represent community. Because when we're all integrated with one another, we're all connected, we're integrated. And integration actually creates links that bring all the small parts. This is the definition of integration. It brings all of the small parts into one, and it promotes the free flow of data across systems. So integration is actually interconnection. It's that reciprocity that we see when we're on the land, how all plants and animals are vibrating in this harmonic music that they're actually creating with one another, because we're all created of sound, frequency, and vibration. And this is something I see so beautifully demonstrated every time I take a walk out into the land and into the forest and connect with ancestors through being out on the land, because we're connected to all of the ancestral spirits of all beings, all sentient beings, all creatures play a role in this harmony of music and integration or interconnectedness. And the earth and land connects us all. So the land is also an example of integration. We're all on this earth together, and it connects all of us. So when we disrespect it, it creates this dysfunction that we're seeing in this paradigm. It's called the Anthropocene. The disconnect is so big, so great, that we're actually killing the thing that supports and sustains us. And it's leading to all of these crazy mental health issues, which comes from the root of disconnect or lack of integration between one another, lack of intercultural space or safe space to really be connected. And that robs our spirits as human beings. We're trying to fill the void with all this consumer capitalist regime that's coming in to fill this artificial void that's created within their vision, their perspective, or their construct of a world that's been imposed over top of actual existence and the way that Indigenous peoples interacted and were interconnected with the land. So, how do we integrate with one another? Well, I think we're doing it right now. You know, we're connecting in a digital world right now in the best way that we can. And that's a first step, and that's a start. And I'm so grateful that we're doing these kinds of things. It really makes me feel way less insane. It makes me feel a lot more grounded in who I am, because I resonate so deeply with everybody's traditional perspectives. You know, that's how I walk in the world. So I'm super grateful that we're all here and we're sharing authentically how we feel and what's going on. And, you know, how do we create systems of integration? I think that by integrating with ourselves first, we need to come back into our bodies, be out on the land. And when we do that, those messages and access to the greater knowledge of our ancestors can come through us. My mom says, you know, you have to be the hollow bone, and so that all the wisdom of ancestors can flow through us and we can be conduits, so the information can actually come through us as artists, as creators, as wisdom keepers, as, you know, good family members, as cousins, as just all of our relations coming together to support one another. And how do we link up and create this vital flow of integration? Well, you know, like supporting one another, sharing each other's art, showing up to each other's shows, rocking each other's gear, getting the message out, doing all those types of things create further integration, you know? And I try to do that so much in the work that I do. And I'm trying to build it in my own little 80 square feet of space, living space here. I'm building my own record label. I am trying to build an arts society that supports BIPOC artists and underrepresented arts groups. And it's hard because, like, I feel like I'm doing it all by myself, but this is where that whole like integration things comes in, and I'm like, oh yeah, wait, I'm connected to all of these amazing artists, and we can do this, and we can do it digitally. It doesn't necessarily have to be in person either. So basically right now I'm gonna jump into a piece of my art around you know, what I've been discussing, and it's a verse that I did as a collaboration for a track that hasn't been released yet with Seth and Shara, who run Robson Valley Music Festival. And their song was actually called Extinction. And they asked me to like do this hip hop verse on their song. And I don't know if you've ever heard their music, but it's totally like outside of my comfort zone. And they do this really beautiful, like rock and roll, like sound. And I used to watch them when I was like a teenager, like 16 years old. I used to go to Kispiox Valley Music Fest. I'd run away from Haida Gwaii to go to this music festival. And they had this band called Mama Groove. And they saw me at Woodstow Festival in Cumberland in 2019, before everything got wild and shut down. And I saw them in the front row as I was performing my show, and I thought, well, this is a full circle moment, because when I was 16 years old, I used to go and watch them on stage and rocking out in their band, and they're there in the front row, and afterwards they came up to me and they were like fangirling me, and I was like, this is hilarious. This is a full circle moment of these people coming together. and I shared that with them, and so later it led them to contacting me to do this collaboration. So the song has been changed from extinction to survival, and it will be released at some point. But I'm just going to perform it for you right now a cappella. So hopefully I can spit it out. That the Anthropocene as sun finally sets. We're trying to heal. We will not forget. The past is so vast. Present is tense. Dollars add up, but it doesn't make sense. Over and over, we're fed the same lies. Try to make change. You stick to your bias. Over and over, we're told we can't win. Ancestors speak from our spirits within. Twisting the laws, resistance erupts. It's abundantly clear this power corrupts. Reclaim the present to honor the land. Prophecy sealed. We're taking a stand. Truth is revealed as we no longer hide. Consciously speaking, nations unite. Honest to stand up for what's right. Honest demands worth any fight. Make a decision. Unify vision. Voices of wisdom or face extinction. Colonial apocalypse, a great reveal. Acknowledge, decolonize. It's time to heal. So this is an example of me being a hollow bone for this greater wisdom that comes through me in my music and my art. I don't lay claim to this knowledge. This knowledge is way older than me. I am just trying to be a conduit for this wisdom that has always existed within our people, within our DNA. And so that's a big verse, right? And it came out of me, and it means so much to me to be able to speak in my truth and power, because for a long time in my life, I did not. I have had to go into the deepest, darkest depths. And that's why I want to talk about fertile ground. So I want to share with you all that I've been dealing with trauma my whole life. I've been trying to learn how to heal from the experiences that I've gone through in my community and my own family. And it's a lot to process. And as a spiritual person and developing my spirituality as a young adult and through my 20s and whatnot, you know, I've done a lot of seeking, a lot of truth seeking. And this spring, I actually got called to sit with plant medicine with ayahuasca. And ayahuasca had been calling me for a long time, but I wasn't sure if it was right for me, because it doesn't necessarily come from our traditions or where I'm from in Haida Gwaii, right? And how do we sit with other people's medicines, and how do we use it in a good way? But it was probably the third time ayahuasca had called to me, and I was invited to participate in a ceremony, and this time I chose to do it. And when I sat with the medicine, I was trying to connect with ancestors and spirits, because I feel like I hold a lot of that trauma within me of what happened when all of our people got wiped out by smallpox, and subsequently in residential schools, and then within our own communities, and that legacy of disconnect. And I was able to go and sit and be with the spirits of everybody that left during smallpox, because it was so blunt in Haida Gwaii, and it was so massive, and we almost didn't even exist after that. And it was beautiful. It was healing. I cried so deeply. I let so much go. So much came out of me. And I was with a lot of settler people in the room, and they were grateful that I could open up in that way. It allowed them to do some healing work of their own, because there's a lot of lots of trauma within settler, colonial, and European lineages, right? Like, they're the most traumatized people on the planet, because they've been living in the same cycle of abuse for so many thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So it's heavy for them, you know, that's a lot. And then when I was sitting with the Aya in the second ceremony, in the second night, they gave me a much larger dose of the plant medicine, because the first night it was very mild. I think they were a little bit afraid of what I was going to do. They didn't really know me. So they're like, I don't know how much we should give to Ms.PAN until they knew I was like safe space, right? Of course, it's a very powerful medicine. So you have to be prepared for what you're going to experience. And in my experience, I was in the jungle, and all of these eyes in the jungle started waking up and popping their eyes open and looking at me as I was welcoming the medicine into me. And basically, Aya took me on a journey, introducing herself. And how she did is she took me through all of the darkest, deepest, like weird, jungly, musky, like dripping wet, kind of, you know, what we would think is like something scary, you know, this jungle and all of these dark dripping alligators and spiders and all of these types of things. But I realized that this is the soil, this is the ground, this is the fertile ground, this darkness, through everything comes out of the darkness. And it's not a scary place. It's part of the balance and the duality that exists within all of creation, is this fertile ground, and how we need to go and be comfortable in the darkness and sit with it and welcome it and be okay with it, because it's part of the healing is acceptance. And it was a huge thing for me. And I came out with this message that, like, even the most beautiful things, I was holding onto some crystals, even the most beautiful things have sharp edges, and we all just need to learn how to handle them with care and in the proper way. And that's why creating safe space to have these types of discussions and share with one another in an open and authentic way is so important. And we don't get enough of this in our lives. And I think that the more that we do it, the greater benefit to our community and back to the integration. So I also wanted to share the seed. You know, when we plant the seed in the soil, it's also going back into that fertile ground, into the darkness, and the seed goes in there into the dampness, into the dark, and it has to sit there for a long time in the darkness, in the damp, before the seed germinates and the spark of life is awakened within the seed, and the seed has to bust out of its own shell, out of its own skin. It has to break free. And then the seed must travel through all those layers of darkness in the soil towards the light to actually grow and then dig in its roots. So that's why I wanted to include this whole part of fertile ground in my discussion, and how that relates to reclaiming oneself. Now I want to share another piece of my art with you guys. And I know this is a theme about land, but land and water are part of the duality and the balance. And part of my explorations of respect for the land in my art has also led me to start thinking about, like, different natural systems on the planet. And I have this piece that I wrote. It's called Rains Come, because I live in a rainforest, and I grew up in a rainforest, and a lot of my life I've been very wet. So here, living in Tofino especially, my whole winter outfit this year is rain gear. That's what I wear pretty much every day now. And so I wrote this piece. It's called Rains Come. So I'm going to share it with you now. I like the days when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. I like the days when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. I rise up and unite, all that's living is one. I fall from the heavens, the earth-sky connection. I flow through forests. I am rivers of intention. I cycle through time. I rise and repeat. I am a master carver and an expert weaver. And as I flow, I leave the masterpieces I complete over the centuries as I cut through mountains to seas in natural cycle that repeats. I rise up under the heat of the sun. I condense information. I rain down creation. I rain down vibration. I'll ease your frustrations, hydrate all creation. I like the day when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. I like the days when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. I am the great transfigurator, quench thirsts of the greater. I irrigate, satiate in your cells. I integrate, alleviate my concentrate into the very veins where my flow leaves fertile plains in third dimensionality. Mineral frequency, my flow is made of memory. I carry in me history about this very territory, wisdom and pure energy. From heaven I am sent to thee. For this is what is meant for me. Fall into this reverie. I rise up under the heat of the sun. I condense information. I rain down creation. I rain down vibration. I'll ease your frustration. Hydrate all creation. I birth from the heavens, make earth and sky one. I flow through forests, rivers of intention. It is water who bore us, above and below us. Return to the ocean, most potent of potions. Cycles through life, most ancient of wisdom. Over the centuries as I move towards earth in endless cycles of rebirth. I am streaming along till I rise up and unite. All that's living is one. We are worth any fight. I am beaming and strong and I fill up with light. All that's giving is love. We are worth any fight. I like the days when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. I like the days when the rains come. I like the day when the rain comes. So that is a piece that I'm working on, and I generally work in all kinds of different ways to create music and art, and I do multiple different mediums, and trying to put that out into the world is something that I'm also working on, because a lot of this stuff I keep to myself. So I'm grateful to have space to share things like this, because I don't always perform these things when I'm on stage as Ms.PAN and I'm doing my like neo soul funky hip hop stuff to entertain and get everybody grooving, which is a different part of myself. And that's part of the integration as well. As an artist, I'm more than just who I am when I perform those songs. I'm everything. I can be all of these things, and it's totally okay to be all of these things. And it's hard to do it all at once, but you can try. You know? So reclaiming self, that is something I'm still working on to this very day. I'm trying to figure out how to reclaim who I am. And I feel this great divide, not only just during this pandemic, from my own people, from my culture, my history, because because of my trauma, I ran away from Haida Gwaii when I was really young, when I was 18, because I didn't really fit in there. I never really felt accepted. And I felt like there was a lot of trauma in the community, and it was really heavy on my spirit. It's sort of how I feel with the world now, and I reflect on all of the growth that's happened within myself and within my community since I've left Haida Gwaii. And I'm so proud of my people and all of the work that they have done to heal. And I try to do that work in my own individual self on a day-to-day basis. And it is tough work. It is the hardest work you're ever going to do, but it is the most rewarding work. And so reclaiming self, I wanted to share a little bit more about that. Like even my artist name, Panic Danik, comes from this kind of like joking thing that my aunt used to say about me, like Panic Danik, you know, because I was this little girl with this, you know, wild spirit. And everybody was kind of like on a different level than me, and how that was something that I've always experienced. And I experienced that in the Western world, in the colonized world. I feel totally outside of that all the time. And it's really hard. It's really hard to bear that burden when you're like, these people are nuts. And, you know, it drives me crazy sometimes. And I have to really, really get grounded in these healing kind of, how do you want to say, like, the day-to-day ceremonies that we create for ourselves, you know, to keep ourselves grounded and be like, yeah, the world is a bit crazy, or a lot crazy. It's a lot crazy out there. And so we have to be gentle with ourselves. So even my name, Ms.PAN, is because of the way that I've been treated. It's like freaking out. This chick's freaking out all the time. She's panicked. Like, you know, all these perspectives I've always tried to share. I always felt like the old nanny in the back of the room when I was in university or in these institutional spaces. And they're like, who is this girl? Like people didn't, when I was in university, people didn't even know where Haida Gwaii was. They're like, do you mean the Queen Charlotte Islands? I was like, no, I do not mean the Queen Charlotte Islands. I mean Haida Gwaii, where I'm from. So there's always been this pressure from the outside world to kind of put me in their constructs. And I'm here to just be like, no more constructs. I'm not into that. I'm into authenticity. I'm into how things actually work. And the reality is that we are abusing our land. We're abusing these territories that used to once be in an integrated state. we used to have those interconnections between our different nations on Turtle Island. You know, it used to be that we all shared and overlapped. And yes, there was conflict, but not to the degree, because we all operated on certain levels of respect within our communities that were taught to us, that are not taught in this Western colonial society. It's not taught. It's very foreign to the settler, our ways of thinking. So I'm, again, grateful that we have these spaces and we're creating these types of spaces to discuss these types of things, because we need this. We need to connect on these different levels. We need to connect with our elders. And, you know, so panic, you know, like I also wanted to share too that when I was playing a festival in the Okanagan in 2019, I met Kelly Fraser, who's passed on, little Enoch pop singer. And I just wanted to acknowledge that she told me something really beautiful about panic. In their language, it actually means daughter. So I feel really grateful that Kelly shared that with me. And we actually wrote a song together and did a workshop. And so I carry that in my heart, because I feel like I'm a daughter of the Creator, and I'm here to do the good work of Creator. So even by being authentic and owning this Panic Danic, you know, kind of moniker, I was also a paramedic for over 10 years. I worked at big, huge music festivals. I took care of a lot of different people who were experimenting with their consciousnesses and substance and those kinds of things. And so that's where panic actually took off as well, because I was Panic Danic, the paramedic. So it's like, that's integrating parts of who I am to try and be authentic as an artist as well. And just sharing that with you, because I don't often share where this name or the idea of Ms.PAN, I'm like, Ms.PAN, what is this? So it has a lot of heart and meaning to me. And I like to, you know, I'm like, oh, I'm getting older, but I still want to be Ms.PAN. It reminds me of who I am and all of the weird things that have happened to me, being who I am and honoring that, because I wouldn't be who I am without those things. So I want to make peace with a society that was not built for me. That's part of reclaiming self. This society was not built for who I am. And I have to make peace with that. And I do it by the way that I walk in the world, creating my own communities and interconnection and with my being myself. You know, I'm actually like trying to reclaim, you know, my identity as this blonde Haida, and like being okay with that. I'm not the only blonde Haida. It's okay. And like talking about that when I perform and trying to break those taboos of how of looking a certain way makes us Indigenous. It's not. And it's reconnecting to who we are in our communities and our relationships that makes us Indigenous. It's not just our DNA. It's actually the connections to community and our relationships to one another that makes us Indigenous and is part of our culture and maintaining our culture. And I also want to make peace with the things that I'm not proud of. So that was going back into the fertile ground and dealing with all of these traumas that have happened to me, and being okay with the fact that I'm not okay sometimes, and that a lot of not okay things have happened to me in this world, and how a lot of not okay things are happening right now. And just acknowledging that and trying to sit with myself and really think about how I can role model the behavior in my own day-to-day personal relationship with myself, and how I take that out into the world, how I interact with other people. And I still get hurt. I still have weird things happen to me, but you know, I find strength in connecting with the land and my identity and all of these really beautiful teachings and wisdoms that I've inherited through my experience on planet Earth. I also have quite a role that I took on as an activist. So I've done a lot of work with Friends of Clackowit Sound. I'm very vocal in my music and my art. I get out on the land. I protest all of these big corporations, and I've taken a lot of time out of my life to participate in that way, because it has heart and meaning for me, because I do really believe in the protection and the preservation of our land, because of how much it means to me, and because it's actually our what sustains us as human beings. Obviously, that is a taboo narrative within this Western colonial ideology. It's like, oh, infinite growth and cheap shit from China. Oh, pardon me for swearing, but you know, it's real life. And also like reclaiming language and like, you know, trying to learn the language of the Nuchanus territory that I'm on, so I can acknowledge the territory that I'm on, because it nourishes my spirit so much. And I do my best to actually be an activist and uplift the rights and title of the Nuchanus communities here, because I live in this settler colonial community that's a prime example of colonialism and capitalism, because you know, the money has come here and swept in and just bought up everything, and the Nuchanus peoples are still segregated into these small reserve lands where this huge colonial occupation is going on by Parks Canada, just taking over the whole peninsula and saying like this is a national park reserve, when that was actually traditionally colloquial territory and the territory of the Nuchanus peoples, shared territories and food gathering grounds and lands that belong to them. And the disconnect, I think, weighs heavy on my spirit and the spirits of the Nuchanus people, and also like reclaiming the language of the Haida people as well, and trying to integrate that into my art and my stories, because there's only you know, in the numbers of the 20s, you know, maybe 24 or 25 fluent speakers of Haida language. And now how to learn how to preserve the songs, of course, which is another thing that I wanted to talk about, which was honoring that. One thing I always carried in my heart away from Haida Gwaii was all of the songs that I learned as a young woman with my drum, and how I use that in my art form now. And I try to like share Haida songs every once in a while when I perform, but I also use my drum in a contemporary way as a music producer and in my art. So I'll just play a little bit of something that I wrote. It's time for us to open our hearts. It's time for us to open our hearts. Look within, that's where it should begin. Use your third eye and open it wide. And when you're doing it right, you will find the jewels inside. We are abundant and we are rich as long as we learn to give. What you put out, you get back again. On and on, that cycle never ends. Hey, 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 ah, hey. 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 We are the people of this beautiful earth. It's time for a consciousness rebirth. Look inside and realize your worth. We are abundant and we are rich as long as we learn to give. And what you put out, you get back again. On and on, that cycle never ends. Hey, 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 ah, hey. 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 It's time for us to open our minds. It's time for us to open our minds. Look within, that's where it should begin. Use your third eye and open it wide. And if you're doing it right, you will find the jewels inside. We are abundant and we are rich as long as we learn to give. What you put out, you get back again. On and on, that cycle never ends. Hey, 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 ah, hey. 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 So I use my drum, and my mom made this drum, and she gave it to me, and she's like, you're gonna have to figure out how to play it. And so these are the things that come through me, and I use it in beat making, which is a lot different than our traditional, right? The drum was the beat, but now I use these snaps and stuff like that I learned how by just making all of these different sounds with my drum and sitting with it and learning how the drum teaching me how to play. And that comes from my love of sitting and going to potlatch and remembering everybody singing together. And I just want to also say hey to my cousins and my brother Skan. How do you say your Haida name? Damn it, sorry about that. James and Jason Camp and the Posers. One of my favorite memories of seeing my family was actually up when we went to play at Art Swells, and I got James's big drum and we got to sing the happy song together, and I started singing it, and all the Haidas started running out from the festival, and we all got around the drum and we all started singing together, and it was awesome. It's so fun. It just like lifts my spirit so much to be able to connect, because I've been so disconnected for so long. So that's also part of my reclaiming of self and reclaiming of language. Is I sit with this this big old book and all of these Haida language CDs, and I listen to our ancestors speak, and I try to incorporate little bits as much as I can into my day-to-day life, into sharing, into my art. And then also part of reclaiming self is honoring my gut and my intuition, and really staying with that, because I feel like every time I stray from the path of this knowing, I end up with these consequences in life. And I've had to really learn to like trust my gut and like sit with those gut feelings and intuitions and know like, yeah, you know, this is what white Western colonial society does not want you to do, is follow your gut and your intuition and your knowing, and connect in that way with spirit and creator and ancestors and all of our people. So I put all of these messages into my work, and I spend a lot of painstaking time sitting with settler people in this colonized society, trying to share my perspectives. And it takes a lot of energy from me. It takes so much energy for me to constantly be throwing myself into these environments where I'm perceived in one way, and I'm using that. Like literally, settler people feel more comfortable looking at somebody that looks like them, telling them this information. So I step into that role. I fully reclaim that I look a certain way. And so that gives me privilege in this society. And I use that as much as possible. Even right now, I am blonde. I am rocking the blonde really hard. I'm going to go out there and be the blondest Haida and keep dropping all of these wisdom bombs on everybody, because I really want to see the rights and title of Indigenous peoples upheld. So thank you all.
Is that blonde? Is that blonde or pink?
Well, it's got some purple in it because I toned it.
Okay, there we go.
But it was really, it was like the most blonde I've ever been, and it totally fried my hair. I have pink hair, so I go through this step to get to the pink. But this time I just went fully blonde, and I'm like, how can I funk with society and just be like this blonde? And like people totally treat me differently. I got to be perfectly honest with you. When I have pink hair, I get treated one way, but when I'm a blonde, wow. Society loves a blonde. White colonial culture sure loves a blonde. So I'm gonna play with that a little bit, and kind of funk with people a little bit in that way. And I make fun of it. I literally go on the internet and I talk about like these types of things, smashing constructs. The way that you look is not who you are, and yet like everybody in that society kind of judges one another by how they look. And I think it's totally funny. So I bring that up in my art, and I try to like work a little bit into like being a comedian, making an ass of myself, so that I can create some sort of safe space and some laughter, because you all know Indigenous people like to laugh with each other.
Do.
We sure do.
Well, I want to say to Miigwech, thank you. I hold my hands up to you for coming into this, the final like workshop of our last 3 days, to hold that space, to hear your voice, so powerful. Finally, I would like to also just acknowledge everybody for their contributions. It has been a heart-swelling, spirit-soaring last 3 days, by all means. We've discussed stories, language, unceded tongues, and today's focus being land, unceded lands. So I really just want to thank all of the participants. We've had artists and educators, community organizers, activists, students, Indigenous peoples from all over, non-Indigenous peoples and allies standing in solidarity and allyship and in support with one another. So I'm so grateful for all of that. Behind the scenes as well, I just want to make sure that I mention, and a big shout out to Julie, to Mika, to Brianna, Gordon, Elaine, Lindsay, and we have Nijitsil, who's been here over the last couple of days, really as our graphic facilitator. We've had Robert, Samara, who am I? There's another graphic facilitator I'm missing at the top of my mind, but I'm also so grateful. We've had so many knowledge keepers and elders and matriarchs, including Mika's mom, Wituksum. So grateful to have her participate, and my former boss. So happy. I know we have a showcase, an amazing showcase coming up, but the live portion is coming to an end. So again, thank you, Ms.PAN and everybody else who's been joining today. And I'm just gonna throw it to Mika to say any final words that she would like to before we go to Miss Leela Gilday's performance.
Hey, Mika.
Yeah.
Mika, I noticed Bernice has been here still till the end, and I was gonna ask you to.
I already was gonna.
Okay, I love you. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge that it's been so wonderful to have. Oh, nice. I have same Chagapon. I just wanted to say how beautiful it was. Thank you so much, Bernice, for staying with us, and like just. I felt like you being here was holding us, like that I felt like our grandmothers were here with us, and that you holding us was keeping that. And so I'd asked if there's a possibility you could do a short closing prayer for us. And thank you for holding the eagle feather when I noticed when, when people were saying messages that were really prayers, you were there, and it's beautiful. Is Bernice still with us? Or did she just leave?
I think we just missed her, actually, Mika. I looked down. So, but
that's okay.
What you said was a beautiful acknowledgement of that energy that she brought. And thank you.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge Bernice for doing that for us. And then just as a quick closing prayer, Willie, would you mind doing a quick closing prayer for us as our elder?
Our Great Spirit, we'd like to thank everyone that took part in this beautiful message of our nations. We'd like to thank the performers, the singers, and all the elders, all the youth, and everyone that's listening, that the Great Spirit of the Eagle will guide you home and give you blessings. And may the blessing of our ancestors from beyond bless this beautiful earth and protect her. Because Mother Earth is needed so badly. She's suffering, she's hurting, and nobody's listening. And things that we did today is fighting for the earth, because we are part of Mother Earth. We are part of her guardian. And we'd like to thank everyone that sang and took the great part in this beautiful day to protect our Mother Earth. All my relations, thank you.
Cook's Jam, Willie. Cook's Jam. Cook's Jam, everyone. Cook's Jam.
Great. So that concludes our session. Again, a big thanks to our funders and sponsors, the Canadian Heritage Factor, BC Arts Council, and Creative BC. We also want to thank our community partners who've been actively engaged, Indigenous Music News, Savage Society, Full Circle Performance, and First Peoples Cultural Council. So very pleased. Mika, did you want to set up Leela's performance and final showcase?
Yeah, Leela, this performance here was recorded originally for the 2021 Two Rivers Remix Virtual Festival. We held out until the last minute we wanted to even have one day live, but closer that came to the date. Of course, we had to shift gears really last minute, which is, we've been very last minute in the last while, but that's okay because it's really condensed, just like medicines, got to be made sometimes. You got to like cook it down really slow and you got to be patient. And sometimes you got to like change things in the drop of a hat. So that's what we've been doing. But Leela's performance was so powerful. I was familiar with her work, but not to the extent of seeing this performance. And when I did, she just like uplifted me, like soaring on the wings of an eagle. And that's what I felt when I listened to her perform. And thank you, Willie, for saying that in the prayer, because it just sets it up so beautifully. So everyone, please welcome the beautiful, incomparable Leela Gilday. And please share on your media networks that this is happening. Her performance is going to be about, I think it's about 40 minutes, but it is absolutely a beautiful way to end our day. And I'm just so thankful for everyone, especially my team. My team is such a group of committed and beautiful people who give so much of their time and energy to create these environments that are very much needed, and we hear that loud and clear. And so we're going to take these messages from this confluence so that we can build those, not build, but so that we can continue to flow down into the bigger picture of the big, beautiful ocean. And we're hoping to continue this confluence. So thank you everyone for your participation, and just such beautiful love to all of you.
Thank you. We're getting those kisses. Final live circle reflection. So thank you from Remix to Resilience. And we're about to sign off, but here comes our showcase from Leela Gilday.
Danade, everyone. This is Leela Gilday, and I'm coming to you from Yellowknives Treaty 8 Dene Territory, here Ecko Territory, in Yellowknife Northwest Territories, and on the beautiful Back Bay here in Sambake. I'm really, really honored to be here with you today to share some songs for the Two Rivers Remix Festival. I know it's been a pretty tough time down there for you guys in Lytton, and I really appreciate that. I'm so honored that you asked me to come and share some music. So I wanted to start off this set, and you'll hear a boat going back in the background, and sometimes you'll hear planes landing, because this is how we are up in Denendeh. I wanted to start off sharing this song. It's called Giants. I wrote it back in 2020 for the World Cup of cross-country skiing. Well, you can imagine how that went. It was canceled. Nevertheless, the sentiment was the same. Tried to imagine as a world-class athlete what kind of obstacles you would face in those trials, and it just reminded me of how we all face those obstacles in our life and what strength we draw on. To me, that's strength that comes from our ancestors, how their courage and their resilience runs through our DNA. We are brilliant as the snow, 10 million years of atoms flow, shining through the deepest night. Trust the stars to bring you home, though you're out there on your own. Ancestors guide you to the light. Ancestors guide you to the light. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. Well, hey, well, hey, hey, oh. Took some time to get you here. Looking back, we feel the tears. We remember what we gave. Letting go of all your fears. Thankful for 1,000 years. Courage in our DNA. Courage in our DNA. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. Well, hey, well, hey, hey, oh. Then a chonke, surina ketse, eihe, e dakarie. Their blood runs through your blood. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. We are giants in our hearts. Well, hey, well, hey, hey, oh. Masicho, birds. Yeah, I really feel connected to my ancestors when I sing that song, and not just because I also speak some language of my Dene language in that song, but I think as humans we all look to those things that help us connect, and those things that ground us. This next song is called Hard Ground. I wrote it with the amazing singer-songwriter Jada Kelly, and it talks about how connection with the earth and connection with ceremony is really what gets us through. So. There is truth in believing. There is
is faith all around, and as fast as you're running, what is lost can be found. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. When I dream, I remember my mother's embrace and the strength of my father and the lines on his face. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. Trace the lights below, then follow me in the white snow. Lay your burden down, then bury me in the ground. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, oh, pull me down. Ooh, the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down. Oh, 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 the hard ground, oh, 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 pull me down.
Masicho. Oh, I hear another boat going by. Such a beautiful day. It's kind of the last days of summer in Denende. But if one thing, the last year and a half, staying home and not touring, if it's put a point on anything, it's that how powerful music is and how much I rely on it. I rely on it to heal, and I think that for all the sacrifices that I've made in my life for music, it all comes back around, because walking your heart path is the reward in of itself. And I think that if I can add some beauty to the world and add some light, that's my calling. So this one's called All Alone.
Oh, all alone I'll travel on the night, and if you are watching, keep me safe, guide my life. I will know you then by your gentle hand. And if I reach my home, me to walk in beauty on this dark, lonely road. Give me the strength when I fail, get back up and bear my load. Oh, give me compassion for real. Well, steady my hand and my heart. And in this great big world, oh Lord, I'll play my part. Oh, give me compassion for real, yeah. Steady my hand and my heart. And in this great big world, Lord, will I'll play. Will I'll play my part. Oh, 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 my part, yeah. Masicho. As I was singing that, there was like this weird green beetle crawling on my arm. Yeah. I hope everybody's doing really well out there. I'm really thankful to the Two Rivers Remix Festival for believing in live music and keeping it going even when we can't tour, for just having, you know, placing the importance on that human connection. I really love it, and I'm so deeply appreciative. And I'm really happy to be able to show you my home. Well, actually, this is the backyard of my cousins Jill and Keith. But show you some of the water and the rocks back there, and our beautiful birch trees, and you know, this beautiful Northern Territory that we live in. I wrote this one on a residency in Banff. It's a powerful area around there. It's lots of creative energy. Life doesn't always turn out the way you think it's going to turn out, but it turns out the way that it's supposed to. Oh, let it roll on inside your heart. Oh, let it roll on. Embrace your part after the front lines have gone, after the battle's been won, after the fire burns it down, then spring will come. After the storm, oh, let it roll on. Not how you thought. Oh, let it roll. Let it roll on. The life
After the front door slams shut, after you leave all you love, after the rain comes, then out comes the sun. After the storm, after the storm, after the storm, we are all born of this same earth. Beaded frills on our hides, layered facets of our minds, star people in our DNA, great mystery of life, of life. Oh, let it roll on. The time has come. After the storm, after the storm, after the storm, after the storm. After the storm. Masicho, everybody, thank you so much. What a gorgeous day. It was going to rain earlier, but I'm really thankful for all of the people in my life that my friends, my family, all of those of you who support me in my musical journey. And you know, this life is short, and I think it's really important to tell the people that you love them while they're still here. You know, and our elders, the ones that we have, you know, that still have that traditional knowledge, really appreciate them, and our children too. It's really sad when a child is taken too soon, and I think it's really one of the most difficult things that anyone could go through. So I wrote this song for a friend of mine. Deliver me, deliver me, deliver me from the darkness. Stand by my side. Stand by my side. Stand by my side until darkness turns to light. She was a bird. She was a beauty larger than life. Stay with me now. Stay with me now. Stay with me now. In the darkness, hold my heart. Hold my heart. Hold my heart. In the darkness tonight. Oh, my love, free as a bird. Oh, my love, free as a bird. So deliver me. Deliver me. Deliver me from the darkness. Stay by my side. Stay by my side. Stay by my side until darkness turns to light. Until darkness turns to light. Until darkness turns to light. Masicho. This song is called Rolling Thunder. It's for all the water protectors. The ones who stand up for our land and water, protect it for our children, 7 generations into the future. There's a rolling thunder in the sky. Coming on, yeah, yeah. Drawing nigh. You can feel it crackle at the base of your spine. Hear them ring, yeah, yeah. War cries. It's the sound of the people. Them gathered from across the land, the people of the horses, people of the plains, people from the desert, and the ones from the sea, branches from an ancient tree. Rising up.
choose life. We can choose money, oh, we can choose life. We can choose money, oh, we can choose the sound of the people. People rising, rising up, yeah, rising up. Choose the sound of the people. People rising, rising up, rising up, yeah, yeah. We can choose money, oh, we can choose life. We can choose money, oh, we can choose life. We can choose money, oh, we can choose the sound of the people. Oh dear. I'm so fired up because the UN just released their report on climate change, and it's just so important. And you know, I'm trying to make small changes in my life that'll reflect those values. I think that there's got to be a shift in consciousness. And there's got to be a shift in tuning here. Just give me a second. I hope you'll stay tuned for some of the other amazing artists that are coming up. I know that Amanda Rayom and Digging Roots are all on the bill, so hope you'll tune in and listen to some other great Indigenous music. Have a time for a couple more songs. I think I'd like to play this one because it's sort of been a time of, you know, great change. And in times of great change, there's comes along with that a lot of anxiety, stress, and you know, there's no shame in having a mental illness or experiencing depression or those sorts of anxiety, those sorts of things like anxiety. I think it's important to talk about it, and not in a corporate day, but all the time, to kind of destigmatize the conversation. The song is called North Star Calling. I wrote it with my husband, and it's the title track off the record. It's really for anybody that needs to hear this. You're not alone, and you have a place in the greater scheme of things. Sorry, I just want to make sure okay, we're good. Blame it on me, though there is no mistake. Look in your eyes is all I can take. Fall on your knees and empty your gun. Surrender your heart to love. You are not alone. Solid ground below. Earth revolving, North Star calls. Together we're strong.
we don't speak of. Fighting our way from cradle to grave, searching for light through darkest days. You are not alone. Solid ground below. Earth revolving, North Star falls. Together we're strong. Together we're one. We belong. Do you really have any reason to doubt this? If there really is only one life we live, doesn't even matter you win or you lose this. If you really gave what your strong heart could give, trying to be free, trying to be free. You are not alone. Solid ground below. Earth revolving, North Star calls. Together we're strong. Together we're one. We belong. Well, you are not alone. You are not alone. You are not alone. Oh, North Star calling you home. Star calling you home. You are not alone. Well, you're home. This last song that I have for you is, the title of it is Keta Naseju, which means we're taking it back, or we're healing it. We're healing together. It's really about healing our relationships within our own families. So I'd like to send this out to you, especially to the families in Lytton who are recovering from the decimation of their town, and in what must be a devastating situation. We've had lots of events in Denendeh as well. We had 2 communities flood this summer, and certainly the earth is to be respected and feared, and I'm praying for you guys to rebuild your community, and sending you all of the good vibes and energy. Masicho to 2 Rivers Remix Festival, and to my amazing crew, Louisa and Sarah, for being here. Do you want to come and do a cameo? Come here. Come here. This is the thing, is that I love women crews. Come and say hello. It's so awesome. These young ladies came from Cabin Radio and are doing an amazing job. So Masicho for being here, you guys. Thank you. Yeah, all right. Well, here we go. Here's Keta Natseju. My dear mother, I wish you well. I can't stand to see you cry. So I this distant hell, and I wipe the tears from my eyes. My dear brother, will I see you again? My sweet sister, you haunt me still. I see you all dressed in red. I wish I could turn back time and take back all those things I said. Can't I not see you, not say you. Can't I not see you, not say you. Masicho, everybody. Thank you once again to Two Rivers Remix Festival. Thanks to Luisa and Sarah and Cabin Radio for the production. And my name's Leela Gilday. And until I see you again, I'll hold you in my heart.